That's funny. Yep. Well, yeah, good to have you all. That's all right. We put a clock up. They'd probably say better stuff than.
How's everybody doing?
What do you think? Some Cub Scouts at the
Ate a bunch of food one
Great
day.
to hear. We love it.
Good, how are you?
They won't talk longer than 2 minutes anyway. Where's the cheerleader? So you see my update?
It'll feel like it's in
It'll do it.
Yeah, I think they said 11 or 12. Wait, that's younger. 6th grade.
Thanks for the answer.
Not on me. Could really get some.
Apparently you can have guns now. You see, but she's coming.
Yeah, let me do it.
She's coming. Was it 9-inch?
How are you, Chris? Yeah, we're swearing in a new one, so they just showed up.
Traffic right soon.
Chair specifics.
You're pretty good though. You're just sitting there crossing the for him and you. One of my skates.
Hey, mister, can I have some candy? Oh my word, see look, see even the chief has candy.
Even I have.
In the back here, I'll put it on the seat.
You know, the dad was gonna say no, chief.
That's okay.
You can't do that.
Promise ice cream.
I'm superseding that.
With no eating in here.
I'm just
All of good stuff. Good to meet you. You know, came.
Looks like we keep losing.
You will probably
Just had the agenda.
maybe a little bit on TV. Don't throw your rose.
You're here, I've seen
You're the sage. I am. You don't have to stand up front, although Mr. Perrin said you could if you needed to.
Charles.
Graduation.
Yeah.
I did. I did.
Good luck with it. Our ward, when we lived in Springville, super loud.
He made his way over here. Just
Have a drink, you guys. We need to ask him about it. We need to ask him about the that we have. What is this? Flashlight. No battery. Yes, it's that's cool.
I've taken the shot.
What time is it? It's time o'clock.
You're making a funny face. Yeah. Actually, yeah. It'll come back around.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Keep it.
It was an intentional. That's the person you should trust, right? Oh.
I'm the guy you want to trust.
Everybody else thought it, so I would trust it.
Sorry. Sorry.
the cops actually.
You definitely bought those.
There's already cops here.
Last time I did that, dispatch was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Sorry, it's a new radio." And it's timing me, so I think I did.
It's tonight.
I think you're coming up again. Oh.
The mayor's right. See? He's been the mayor for.
There you go, Shane.
There he is.
I don't see him.
Mayor is my principal's
Better than that.
We're gonna fire Pete Hansen. I probably make a
You're gonna make a motion?
a
Not
motion.
yet. No, I need him for some things first,
Okay.
and then you can.
That's fair. I need him. I need to fire him.
Oh, wait.
Wow, so that's how we're gonna start this meeting. Just off with our heads.
Yep.
Okay, we got to go ahead to start council meeting tonight on May 20th, 2025 in Spanish Fork City. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here in the council chambers and watching on YouTube or SF17, wherever you may be in the world. We appreciate you attending and following along with your city. We'll get the meeting started like we always do in Spanish Fork with prayer or thought and the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think it is Councilman Took tonight that has our spiritual thought, and then Councilman Euler will lead us in the pledge. Councilman Took.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so I've invited Peyton Randall to come share with us tonight a thought in the prayer, just real quick. I knew when he was born, I got to meet him and live by his family, and appreciate you taking time to come spend some time with the city. And go ahead and take it away, Peyton.
All right. Ronald Reagan once said that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. I think sometimes it makes me a little sad to see how a lot of people, especially my age, don't really seem to appreciate the freedoms that we have and how much pain and sacrifice it has taken for us to earn them. And so I hope that anybody who's here or who's listening, just please teach your children, especially when they're young, to know everything that we fought for and know what we still need to be fighting for to protect the freedoms that we have. Our Heavenly Father, we thank Thee that we were able to gather here today, and we thank Thee for this great city and this great country. We ask Thee to please bless that our freedom can be preserved and that we can know how we can best take care of each other and know how we can be the best community that we can be. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Peyton.
Thank you.
Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone, for that. Takes us to item C on our opening recognition. This is always a good thing that we get to do, so we'll ask Chief Matt Johnson to come up and introduce our newest officer.
Mr. Mayor, council members, it's a privilege for me this evening to introduce to you our newest member of our police department, Officer Austin Lunt. Austin began employment with us a couple of months ago. He has extensive law enforcement experience. He began his career with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office in 2013, where he worked at the correctional facility there for the Sheriff's Office. Then he moved to the Sanpete County Sheriff's Office in 2015, and then to the American Fork City Police Department in May of 2016. He's been a sergeant with the American Fork Police Department for 5 years. He has extensive experience in patrol and investigations work, and it's a real honor for him to come and share his time and his talents with our office and our department. And he possesses the qualities that we look for in a public servant. Chief Paul from the American Fork Police Department sent me a text when Austin applied, and he says, I have a good friend, an officer that applied. He'd be a great addition to your police department, but if you hire him, I'm never speaking to you again. But we did hire Austin, and Chief Paul is conversing with me once in a great while. So Austin's here this evening with his wife, Kristen, and his children, Emery, Kaylee, Kennedy, and Tucker. And we just want to welcome him and just welcome to our family, and we're honored to have you. Thank you. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'll let you administer the oath of office, and then we'll let Austin introduce his family after that.
I state your name.
I, Austin Lunt,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will, to the best of my ability
that I swear to my best of my ability
and with the highest level of integrity,
and with the highest level of integrity,
serve the people of Spanish Fork City
serve the people of Spanish Fork City,
and preserve, protect,
and preserve and protect
and defend
the
Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
My daughters always have hair like this, so they just look like this. This is my wife, Kristen. This is Emery, Kaylee, Kennedy, Tucker. We're super excited to be here, be a part of this family, be a part of the city. We've heard great things, so we're excited to be here. So,
Awesome.
and they're excited too. So,
A few doors down from John Mendenhall, I understand, so I apologize in advance for that. You can just. Oh, have you? Okay. Yeah, and that took an hour and a half to say hi to him after. Yes, he would do that. Yes, yes. Okay, good.
It's been
Don't
great.
take him up on it.
Kidding me? That's one of the nicest guys in the world. Come on.
True.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
glad to have you guys in the city.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for. Can we get a picture of you guys up here? We'll give you whatever we have in our drawers, kids, for coming here. Come right here, and Jack.
Yeah, stand in front of the council and look at me.
One more.
Council, can we shift a little bit? Thanks. All right, here we go, guys. Perfect.
Hey, girls, here you go.
Mayor's got something
Look what
for
they
you.
got for you.
Do you have another one? Or a balloon?
A balloon. No.
3 glasses?
I have this really cool
Tucker might
laminated
want a
card.
balloon instead of glasses.
Tucker gets the treats and the balloons.
These sunglasses, Spanish Fork sunglasses.
Oh man, it's like bone candy.
He prefers M&Ms.
Too late.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome,
Thank
Austin.
you, girls.
Thank you.
Welcome, guys. Glad to have you.
Good stuff. Very good stuff. It looks like they did show up. So also on our opening agenda tonight and recognitions, it looks like we have a few of the Maple Mountain High School's volleyball state champions. Is that what we got? You guys here? Okay, come on up. We don't have to deliver the oath of office to you guys, but we expect the same kind of. Tell us who you are and what's happened. What's went on?
All right. I'm Matt Borges,
Okay.
and I'm a junior for Maple Mountain.
Okay.
I'm Napoleon Galang. I'm the head coach. I'm not a player. I look like it. But yeah, I'm one of the coaches there.
Awesome. Tell us about what happened.
We had another great season at Maple Mountain. We finished the year 29-1, so we had 30 matches throughout the season. Just dropped one match, unfortunately, but got the state championship again. So we went back to back. The one match that we dropped, and it's one of the highlights of our season, we got invited to a first ever national high school tournament that was down in Austin, Texas, and it was held by the ABCA, which is kind of the collegiate board for all of men's and women's volleyball. So they kind of held that and invited kind of the top 16 teams in the nation. So we competed against teams from California and Oregon and Colorado. And so that was a big highlight for us. We went down there, played really well, made it to the championship, and just unfortunately fell short in that. That was kind of our one loss, and so we kind of say we're undefeated in Utah. But it was just a great showing to represent the state of Utah at that tournament, and to compete at such a high level. Just some notes from that tournament. It was, again, great experience for the boys, and to help grow the game of boys volleyball and to represent Spanish Fork and Utah in general. We had some really great volleyball figures there. Karch Karai, who is the best volleyball player and coach, current Olympic coach, he was there. We did clinics with him. Will Farrell's son was there, and we competed against him, so he kind of watched Maple Mountain Volleyball. It was funny. One of our parents was talking to Will Farrell and was like, "Hey, what school are you with?" And so one of the parents was like, "I'm with Maple Mountain from Utah, Spanish Fork," and he was like, "Oh, you guys are really good." So that was kind of a fun experience. And just overall, the team was great. We were just building off of last year's program, and finished 19 in the nation, actually, number 1 in Utah, but 19 nationally. But really, I think one of the highlights was just that the group of boys we had, my coaching staff was just so dedicated to not only the volleyball program, but just working hard and achieving the goals that we set out at the beginning of the season. I talked to a lot of different coaches throughout the state, obviously from a lot of different high schools, and a lot of them always struggled with attendance issues and not having eligible players or players with bad grades. And this season, I never once had that issue. And so it was just great we always have this mantra of family and, lead this program as better people, better men, young men. And to see that kind of work, obviously they wanted the state goal, but to see them being so dedicated and to see that in their own school, in their own schoolwork first, and then volleyball was just a testament to how dedicated these boys were. And they wanted it from day one, and they got it at the end of the season. So it was just another great season.
I mean, he said everything. It was really awesome. The team really was put together. The coaching staff was amazing. And, yeah, he definitely helped me as a young man and more to be a student athlete. And, yeah.
It's awesome. I've got a couple of questions for him.
You bet.
First of all, which team did you beat in the state title game?
Wasatch. Yeah, so we played them twice before, and they came back to the championship match, and we played Wasatch.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you've got one athlete here tonight. How many total students or how many athletes are on the team?
Yeah, so we had a total of 31 in the whole program. So for the state team, we had 16. And that's kind of made up of like the varsity and the junior varsity kids, and then there's 12 on our sophomore team. So in total, 31 student athletes.
Awesome. Great. Congratulations.
Very cool. Any other questions, council?
Congratulations.
Yeah, good job.
Way to go. Thanks for representing our city so well and winning. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Can we get a picture with you up here? Jack will take a picture if you'll stand right here.
Yeah.
Give him a round of applause.
I'm going to ask for the same thing, council. Just one body that way. Thanks. Ready? Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Congrats, you guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Two guys.
Good stuff. That's right. Okay, one more recognition of joining us tonight. Mrs. Ridge and her Webelos scouts are here. Come up and tell us who you got here. You guys might recognize Mrs. Ridge. She's got a son that works for us in a department, and anytime our computers don't work, we call up Brian and say, Brian, help us out. This is Brian Ridge's mom.
Yeah. Welcome.
Okay, my name is Lisa Ridge, and this is my den, or actually 3 dens right here. We are the Webelos and Arrow of Light dens from Pack 72 of the Cub Scouts, and our chartered organization is the Parents Organization at ALA. We are a group for boys and girls, kindergarten through 5th grade. So we do lots of fun things, and tonight what we're doing is learning about our community, and we are wondering about elections and how long you serve and things like that. So anyway, that's what we've been working on and learning, and we've done some community service and things like that too. That's why we're here.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you being here. Do you guys want to get up to the mic and say what your name is so all your fans watching on TV can know who you are? She's like, not me.
You want to?
Yeah.
Well, if you don't want to.
Any of you have any questions that you want to ask while you have the chance?
Want to ask a question?
It's a pretty good night here to learn about elections, because I think Tara, our recorder, will be talking about the elections opening up next month for city government, and so you'll be able to learn a lot from what she says here in just a minute. So we hope you stay for that.
All right, thanks.
Okay,
Thanks
thank
for
you
being
for
here.
coming,
Well done,
guys.
guys.
Appreciate it. Okay, very good stuff. Very good people coming to our meetings. We thank everybody for being here and being awesome in our community. Takes us to item 5 on the agenda, public comments. This is any section of the agenda where anybody can come up and address the mayor and council, ask us questions. Please keep it to 3 minutes if you can. Jack is our timer guy over there, and we'll try to remind you when you get close to 3 minutes. But anything not on the agenda, you can come up and ask us questions or make public comments. Please make sure to state your name so Tara gets it in the minutes. That's part of the recorder's job too.
My name is Joey Stanley. I live southwest of Russell Swenson Park. You might know that there's a canal that runs along the south side of that park there. There's no fence on that canal, and you may know that we had a tragedy in our city when a little boy lost his life in a canal over by ALA. I have a little boy about the same age as that boy who lost his life, and I'm wondering if you have considered building a fence along the canal. I think it's called Mill Race Canal. If you have considered building a fence there so we don't have a repeat of that tragedy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question, Joey. Not that we won't answer. We'll get staff on this and get your information too, and maybe something you can
would you
somewhat
mind
address here.
giving the gentleman on the end there? His name is Dale Robinson. He's our Parks and Rec director. Give him your name and contact information.
Sure.
And we can get back in touch with you. I think the initial answer is I don't think we've contemplated fencing that canals.
And my understanding is that the canal's not owned by the city, and so
Correct.
that adds additional complexity to it. But
If you'll share your information with Dale, we can look into a couple of things. Get in touch with you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Joey. Appreciate you. Anyone else?
It's tall. Mayor, council members, I'm Wendy Osborne with Tabitha's Way Local Food Pantry, and I'm going to read off this since I have 3 minutes. So I'm here to announce the celebration of 15 years of serving our community. So it's Tabitha's Way 15-year celebration, which I cannot believe. Tabitha's Way Local Food Pantry is proud to announce a 15-year anniversary of serving families facing food insecurity in our local communities. Since our founding, Tabitha's Way has grown from a small grassroots effort to a vital community-supported organization that provides essential food assistance to thousands of individuals each year. To honor this important milestone, we are launching a month-long celebration throughout the month of June, culminating in a 15-year celebration block party on Wednesday, June 26th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. The community-focused event will be a family-friendly gathering open to all residents, featuring food, fun activities, entertainment, and engagement opportunities. A central part of the celebration is a No Hunger Pledge campaign where we aim to collect 1,500 pledges from local residents. Each pledge represents a commitment to help end hunger through awareness, advocacy, and action. The goal of this initiative is to mobilize and engage our community to fight in the fight against hunger. In addition to gathering signatures, we are setting ambitious but vital goals to address hunger. One is to collect 15,000 pounds of food through community food drives, and another is to raise funds for an additional 150,000 meals to support our ongoing efforts to meet the growing number of food insecure families in our communities. We're extending a warm invitation to city leaders, its employees, and the entire community to attend the block party and join us in these efforts to uplift our neighbors in needs. We respectfully ask the City Council for support and to help promote this meaningful milestone in many ways. The local library has agreed to help us with a food drive. And so we're asking if we can place posters and displays in public areas. So posters just announcing the event and also encouraging people to donate to the drive and drop off their food at the local libraries. Part of it is we will, it'll be incorporated with the summer reading program and provide like bookmarks for kids and things like that. But we're asking to display posters in public spaces, so city libraries, city offices, and recreation centers. And also asking for the permission to place banners in prominent city parks and locations like intersections and so forth. And then just support for the upcoming events by maybe allowing us to talk about the No Hunger Pledge and announce it at some of the city events like the Food Truck Fridays and things like that and city festivals. I want to say thank you for standing with us. Thank you for your support. We can celebrate an incredible 15 years of service and take bold steps towards a future where no neighbor goes hungry.
Good job, Wendy.
Well done.
I should have read faster. Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any questions?
Any
Or is
questions
that
for
it?
Wendy?
Do we need to follow what ordinances are already in place or signage and so forth?
Yes. Yes, and we can be in touch.
Okay.
Thank you all.
15 years, my gosh, blink of an eye.
I know.
It's crazy.
I was like, I'm going to read this so I don't cry because I'm just like, oh my gosh. So 15 years. I remember coming to City Council the very first time to announce Tabitha's Way, and here we are at 15 years. And it has to do with our community leaders and our community. And so I just want to say thank you. God bless you all. We're very grateful to be in this community.
Congratulations.
So Wendy, are you saying that was in 2010? That was 15 years ago?
Nice math.
Are you sure that wasn't like 2 or 3 years ago? I mean, seriously, that was incredible. That's absolutely incredible.
Big milestone.
Yeah, congratulations.
The viewing public here and online doesn't know Wendy and Tabitha's Way. We've given Wendy every possible award we can give out in the city, and she's won them all twice, and very deserving of every accolade for taking care of the hungry and those less fortunate in our community. So we're blessed to have you. The city is, and all of Utah County is as well. So thank you so much for sticking with it and moving forward. Yes, yes. Okay, we're still in public comment. Anybody else from the public that would like to address the mayor and council?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Andrew Kelly is my name. I guess the first thing I should do is thank this young lady. If you're like me and you've walked by that place a few times, not having food in your hands, you can walk in and hand them cash. It's very simple. I wanted to talk briefly about the budget. I know what you're going to say. I feel that the timing of the public comment for that is pretty much ceremonial. You know, but the date of that, you've already made your decision then. Which is why I hope you'll indulge me tonight to comment a little bit. I felt a similar pause to what Shane did when I listened to that, and I feel that that's going to come off as a slight on Jordan. But if I was in his shoes, I don't feel I would have done as well as what he did. But we all have our special interests. I mean, you guys are all up there because you have special interests. I don't think it's a dirty word. It's just what we have, right? So my feeling on the budget, number one, is I believe it should be one of you guys delivering that, not the staff. Mayor, you're the obvious guy, right? Finance guy. But I just feel that I know you guys are invested in it, obviously. We don't see all the behind-the-scenes stuff, but so I think you should own it, you know, throwing Jordan under the bus. I mean, I didn't see any other leaders here wanting to do it. You know, I don't think it's a very enviable, especially considering the elephant in the room. We know what the largest item on the budget is by far, right? It's the people in this room and all the other great people that serve our city. So I know there's always room for things, but the things that first of all, Stacy, I don't know if it's still your purview, but please, can we give some love to our wonderful farmers market? Leaving it down in the boondocks with the vendors standing in the dirt down there, that's not working. Our one natural gathering spot is our beautiful park here. Just put it there. It'll do much better. I know there's lots of other events that happen. That'll bring more people to our wonderful vendors as well. So my special interest is, as I walk around the city, I think to myself, imagine if you were the people, if you were in charge of the roads, right? If you were that department in the city, and they were built the same way that we treat footpaths. Can you imagine what a nightmare your job would be? I mean, all the dead-end footpaths we have everywhere. I know the reason. I hear it all the time. Developers build the roads and the footpaths. I get it. But we had a ribbon cutting and a celebration of Spanish Fork Parkway, and it brings a tear to your eye when you see mothers, or mother I've seen, walking down Spanish Fork Parkway in the dirt, pushing their stroller. That's not really cool, is it? That's not what that's not what we're about. Let's do things properly. When we build a road, it should have curb and guttering and footpaths. That's what every other city in the world that I go to has. I understand we're a small town, but let's put on our big boy pants and let's do these things right. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew.
Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question?
You bet.
Mr. Kelly, are you talking on this of the Spanish Fork Parkway?
Yeah. North side by Lowe's.
Yeah. There's people that walk in the dirt. They're all
Down below the highway. Could you just come back up to the microphone? I just want to make sure I know where you're talking.
Both sides have dead ends. I like walking. I've walked
are you
from
talking between
Costco to home.
The
and
highway
it's treacherous.
Between Highway 51 and Canyon,
Canyon
Creek
Creek Parkway.
Okay, thank you.
Or let's say you're walking to Lowe's or to, then from there you can go to Walmart. If we had pedestrian crossings, that's another big issue in the city.
Okay, no, that's helpful.
The other side does have some scattered, so you've kind of like got to.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I was in the right place, so that's helpful.
I know they're expensive, but I mean, hey, we got $10 million in employee benefits on the budget. I'm not telling you they don't deserve that, but I'm just saying we have funds.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew.
Anyone else for public comment?
My name is Paul Snyder. Moved here in '77. In 2010, we were annexed into the city, so I haven't been in the city much. I am concerned about the direction the city is going. Not that it's bad, I think it can be improved. Some things that I've always been taught: if you continue to do what you've always done, you'll continue to get what you've always got. That's what I think the city is doing. There's no substitute for quality. The building next door, if I read that correctly, that was built at the start of the Great Depression. All masonry. It lasts. 7 wonders of the ancient world. All masonry. I've understood that things that you can see from a satellite, one thing you can see is the Great Wall of China. Masonry. This building brick veneer. Schools, masonry. Homes, zilch. Is there an architectural committee that reviews and could suggest to developers and builders, why are we using the same product over and over again? Took a ride over towards Salem. Here's a saying that I'd like to just happen in California. Little boxes on the hillside, little boxes made of ticky-tack, little boxes on the hillside, and they all look the same. There's a pink one and a green one and a blue one and a yellow one, and they're all made out of ticky-tack, and they all look the same. And the people in the houses, they all go to the university, and they're put in little boxes, and they all come out the same. There's doctors and lawyers and business executives, and they're all made of ticky-tack, and they all come out the same. And the children go to summer camp, and then to university, and they put in little boxes, and they all come out the same. And boys go into business and marry and raise families, and they're put in little boxes made of ticky-tack, and they're all the same. The governor, a year ago in his State of the State, said he would like to see more starter homes. I proposed to him. Nothing came of it. I think that was, in my opinion, more of a anyway, there is so much more. I have spent my life, 60 years, teaching people and learning how to build things with quality. I would like to see that come back. Stucco, bony stone, we can do a little bit more expensive, and you have quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Anyone else for public comment? Oh, okay. Hi.
Yeah, my name's Julianne Burton Curtis, and I'm just wanting to share a few thoughts about the development that's being today in the meeting.
Julianne, could that's coming up on our agenda, and it's
Oh, wait for that?
It is a public hearing.
Okay.
So yeah, if you'll
I
can you
didn't
sit
know.
with
I
us?
asked, and they says, "No, you get up now." I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah, if you could sit with
Yeah,
us,
for sure.
we're going to get right to that pretty quick, and would ask you to come up then. Thank you, Julianne. Anyone else? Are we losing scouts? No, we're not losing scouts.
Not now.
Okay. Thank you, public, for those comments. We appreciate it, and like I said, we've got that's why we get your name in the record, and if there's any follow up that you'd like us to do specifically with you, please make sure somebody on staff gets your contact information, and we can follow up specifically with you. We appreciate the input and everyone feeling comfortable to be able to come here and ask questions and make comments here in the public square. Takes us to item 6, council comments. Seth, any staff response to any public comments now or
From today?
Yeah.
Not other than what we've done. We'll look at a couple of things and we'll have some comments next week.
Thank you. You'll hear after council comments that we do have staff comments that are usually following up on previous public comments that have come up as well. Tonight's council comments will start on this end and work to this end, if that's okay. And so we'll start with Councilman Marshall here on this end and go this way.
My first time in
You're
4
first.
years to be first.
You're welcome.
I
Yep.
don't have any. No. Just one. We all got to attend the Fit City Fair on. All of us got to attend it on Saturday. Again, great job, staff. Great job, Erica. Very well put on. Tons of folks there. Thanks to Landon and thanks to Stacy for doing the MC. I think there was some Kevin at the end, right?
Just barely.
Just barely?
Not even worth mentioning.
But most
Great
important
job.
was Jesse.
That's easy. He just stood up on the ladder and threw stuff out.
That's the scariest.
That's super easy. But well attended, Dell. Your staff did an amazing job. It's one of the best events of the year. Getting people out, moving about, showing everyone the incredible facilities that Spanish Fork has to offer with that Fit City Center in the background. It's even like it's coming together, man. Great job. So that was the only update I had this last week.
Thank you, Councilman Marshall. Councilwoman Beck.
Just wanted to remind the community that the Yard of the Week program is underway. It was announced last week, and so you can go on our website. In the search bar, you can just put in Yard of the Week and nominate your neighbor, a family member, or yourself. We will start our first Yard of the Week on Monday, so we're super excited about that. And then Richard Davis asked me to just announce that this Thursday at 3 p.m. at the cemetery, anyone from scout groups to young women organizations, the Youth City Council, or individuals and families can go and help the veterans put up all of the crosses. That's a lot of work. I think he said he has KSL or some news group coming as well. And so if you want to take an hour out of your Thursday afternoon to volunteer, that's a really great service project to get all of the crosses placed for our veterans that have served our country and have passed away.
And that's 2 o'clock on Thursday?
3 o'clock this Thursday. Yep. And then do we know what time the Memorial Day program is? Someone should announce that.
I know the last 2
I hope
years.
to have it before you're done.
I checked my calendar from the last 2 years, and it was 10:30 both years, but that
Okay.
doesn't mean it'll be the same this
We'll
year.
report back, but that's a really neat event to be part of on Memorial Day. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilwoman Beck. Yeah, I echo that. The Memorial Day service, you're going up to the cemetery maybe anyway. If you get there at 10:30, you're going to get to hear from some great veterans and do a great program of taps and the flag and the whole bit. And it's just right there at the entrance. So it's a great place to see your fellow community members and feel a little bit about what we're celebrating that Memorial Day. So here, Monday at 10:30.
Yep.
Councilman Euler.
Thank you, Mayor. Jack's got a couple of photos he's going to put up for me. Whatever you bring up, we'll talk about first. All right, we'll share this photo. So the beautiful lady there in the middle is Verna Jo Hollingshead, and wanted to give her some recognition. Verna Jo has been our senior center director for I don't know how many years, but for a long time, and she has been a jewel and a treasure down at our senior center. And she retired last week, and so we had a little retirement ceremony, a retirement party for Verna Jo. I want to thank city staff, especially our Parks and Rec department, which are in this photo, for putting that together for her and her family. She had her kids there with her, and it was great to be able to recognize her for all of the good that she has done at our senior center. It doesn't mean she's going away, she's just retiring, but she has promised that she will still come and still volunteer where needed. So we're grateful to Verna Jo. Then the next photo is an event that our animal shelter is putting on in a few days. I think it's what's the date on there? 31st of May. So Saturday, May 31st, they're holding their Woofstock event, which is a 1K fun run, adoption event, and a canine carnival. They'll have booths, a raffle, food trucks. It's a $20 fun run entry fee. Bring your dogs. I don't know that you'll want to run your cats, so probably leave your cats home, but bring your dogs. If you don't have a dog, come down and they'll have dogs from the shelter that you'll be able to take out and go for a little walk or a little jog and be a part of that. So it's a great way to support our animal shelter with the needs that they have, some of their budgetary needs by bringing your animals and participating in this. We had our animal shelter meeting this morning, and just some good news to report back. I think as of right now, they are at the lowest numbers of dogs in the shelter that they've had in at least 7 or 8 years. And so a lot of adoptions have been taking place. Not as many dogs have been brought in. So great job by the communities that are part of that district in being responsible, loving pet owners. So please continue to do so. With the Memorial Day holiday coming up, we've talked about a few of the events that are taking place. Want to also draw your attention to what will be happening on Main Street in the coming days. The Historic Preservation Commission Main Street Veteran Banner Program will be taking place in the next few days. And so as you drive down Main Street, be sure and notice some of the veteran banners that are hanging. And if you have the opportunity, park your car and get out and walk up and down Main Street and look at some of the names and some of the places where they served. Go to the website, the Historic Commission website, and you can read a little bio on most of those veterans that are hanging. These are veterans from the Spanish Fork community that served our country, and we are proud of our veteran heritage and proud of those that serve. So please take some time over the Memorial Day holiday to come down on Main Street and look at our veteran banners. I think that's all I've got, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Euler. Good report. Councilman Cardin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. First, want to congratulate the graduates of 2025. I know that Mayor may have something to say about that with someone in his life, but really exciting time for a lot of kids in our community. So be safe out there as you celebrate and as you do those things. One of the things that's awesome that I get to do is serve in the Youth City Council, and they are still taking applications until Friday. So again, if you know anybody that's going into 9th or 12th grade, it's a great opportunity to serve our community. And as was mentioned, the Fit City Fair, I just have a few pictures to share from there. This was a view from the top of the ladder, because Shane talks about how easy it is to get on the ladder, but he's never pulled a phone out up there, so apparently he's not as brave. And then there's a couple others that were up there that Pete was able to get. Oh, that's a selfie I took with the firefighter. Thanks, Chief, for making sure that I was safe up there, because he carried the hard stuff. He made it easy. We were able to be there throwing some things. I think I might have hit somebody in the head with that Frisbee. Unfortunately, I apologize, because they kind of go a little bit crazy, but it was a lot of fun, a lot of good booths there, a lot of things that can help keep our community safe, both physically, mentally, and emotionally fit. Just a lot of different things going on. So thank you for the Parks and Recs department that puts in a lot of hours to make that happen. It seems like all of the events that the Parks and Rec do, they take a lot of time to plan, and they're over really, really fast. But thank you for what they do and all the volunteers that were there. Youth City Council was there cheering on the fun runners and helping make sure that people only took one orange or one water bottle and making sure things went well. That's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Cardin. Great event. Councilman Took.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start out by giving some time to our president of the Spanish Fork Chamber of Commerce, Kathleen Levitt.
Thank you so much for the time. I didn't know if I should have come up earlier, but public comment, they mentioned the farmers market, which reminded me, after much discussion and planning, we are going to be moving the farmers market to the City Hall parking lot this year and seeing how that goes. It should be hopefully more comfortable for the vendors and the shoppers alike. It won't be as dirty. Our main concern about that was with space, if we'll have the capacity, but I think it's worth it to give it a shot this year and see if we can make the space work there for our farmers and our residents. So that's going to be starting July 26th is our first farmers market, and hopefully you won't be able to miss it being here in the City Hall parking lot. Upcoming, also, the area guides came out. This is, I think, my favorite one we've done so far. We've done a few together. But really, I wanted to encourage the residents to really look at this, hold on to it. Not only is it a guide to things that are happening around our community, but it is intended to be an homage to the business community that really do serve our residents and support our community consistently and diligently. So that's what this magazine is really about. So encouraging people to open it and take a peek at it. It's really pretty too. Upcoming events, we have a ribbon cutting on Thursday, May 22nd for Niels Fugel in Salem. We have our first business after hours event. I'm really excited about this on May 28th from 4 to 6 p.m. at the Doug Smith Auto. They're hosting for us, and so it should be a really good, more casual type networking opportunity for our businesses to connect and hopefully to engage some of our members that we're not able to see during the noon hour all the time. So I'm really excited for that. We have a ribbon cutting on May 30th for course counseling here in Spanish Fork. They're located at 954 North 200 East. Then we have a ribbon cutting on June 6th at Good Grinds in Salem. I visited them today. It's really good food. It's a new Hawaiian restaurant in Salem, just right off of I think it's 198, the main one that goes through Salem, but it's really tasty, so check that out if you're in Salem. And a ribbon cutting on June 11th for physical therapy, and they are on Center Street, 325 West Center Street, Suite 204. That's on June 11th. That's what I've got. Thanks.
Thanks, Kathleen. Just a couple more items for me this evening. I had the opportunity to serve with some of our youth over at the Freedom Walk at Canyon View Park this past, I think it was 2 weeks ago, and just really loved spending some time with them and that whole event. If you've not been to it, it's just magnificent. So loved being with them. Also spending some time with Councilman Euler and Cardin at the Rotary Chamber of Commerce Scholarship Golf Tournament. The weather was kind of crazy, but I was amazed by the numbers that showed up, and I was a beneficiary of the scholarship when I was a senior in high school. It was then the Rotary scholarship, but that's where that money comes from, and that blessed my life tremendously so many decades ago. So it was fun to be part of that on this other side. Let's see. Also, Spanish Fork University 101. Councilman Beck and I were able to be a part of that. The closing ceremonies, the graduation right here in this room just a couple days ago, and just had a terrific time. An amazing class, really a special class of residents, and that's something that watch for the next class to be announced. Jack will be doing that, I'm sure, before we know it. And if you're curious about it or haven't had a chance to yet do it, it's a 10-week course, and it will change a lot for you for the better as far as how you view Spanish Fork and how amazing this city is peeking behind the curtain. So it was fun to be a part of that closing class. Just quickly, it's been mentioned a couple of times, but kudos to the Parks and Rec Department for the Fit City Wellness Fair. Amazing job. What I loved is the focus on the Fit City Rec Center. The grand prize was 1 year family membership to the Fit City Rec Center, and it was exciting, and you could just feel it, and it was fun to showcase that, and we're just a couple months away now. So one of my favorite takeaways from Saturday. And then the last thing, this is the greatest thing that I've had happened to me this past 2 weeks, was I was able to serve with Meals on Wheels for the first time. And that was really special. If you've not had the chance, I recommend it. If you want to get involved, let me know. I could tell you all about it. There's 2 different routes, but visiting with our seniors in Spanish Fork and just spending some time talking with them, it was touching. And I'll be doing it again, but taking them lunch and just mostly just the interactions and having some guests and to talk was really special. So Meals on Wheels, I'm a big fan. That's all I've got, Mayor.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman Took. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, all you council members, and your assignments and reporting here to the public every couple of weeks on what's going on. Just a quick couple of things for my comments. I think just some people that have already come up, a couple of gentlemen that already mentioned a ditch that certainly was a tough spot and a place I drive by on a weekly basis and see the flowers that are there from a family and a tragedy that happened just a few years ago. And then another gentleman speaking about trails during the public comments. Just maybe the general message I want to get across to the public there is we're not naive enough up here to not understand that development, when ground develops into something else, it does, create some problems sometimes, create some struggles. But there's also solutions when stuff like that happens, like ditches being piped in places where kids are, where more population is, and trails being connected. And those typically happen when when ground is purchased and developed, and so it's a balancing act of what we're always trying to do up here, but trying to do it in a way that is always trying to keep the safety of our kids, especially the safety of and health of the residents top of mind. So we appreciate those comments, and we'll be getting back with you. Eagles versus Dons tonight. It's happening in 9 minutes. I don't know, Travis, can we carry it on 17 again tonight? We carried it. I mean, not live in here, but can people at home?
Maybe.
Oh, they can't switch. They're going to go to 16? So you can multi-view on SFCN now. But you want to keep your job? Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me, could you come to the microphone? I don't think you heard that. Dang it.
So if you're all, if you've had enough excitement here, Channel 16 in 8 minutes now, the Maple Mountain Golden Eagles baseball boys will play the Dons baseball boys over at BYU, where Councilman Marshall, you never hit one out over at BYU, did you, when you played for him? Never got one over the fence?
Yes.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Okay.
How many? Well, they play for UVU at BYU.
Oh, that's right. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Did you ever hit one out in a state tournament game for the Dons?
I don't know.
I've been talking you up to all these people
Yes.
that you hit home
Yes,
runs.
I
You
have.
better just say yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. But hey, two good teams going at it tonight, both from your city, and both well-run programs, and excited to see whoever comes out on top there, and both of them playing in the state tournament now. So we wish them luck. That brings me to my next picture that I did send Jack, Maple Mountain High School graduates today. We were present there. There is the Perrins family in the background there. Clark and Jeremy let me know they were disappointed their brother Seth was not sitting on the row there. So Uncle Seth, it seems like the city manager should be assigned to go to every high school graduation inside his city. I thought that was a thing. Noted, duly noted. But
Congratulations to Celeste, however.
Celeste, your niece, we cheered loud for her at UVU to walk across the stage, and then my boy Nash was a graduate as well. But 595 seniors at Maple Mountain High School. There will be the Spanish Fork Dons there tomorrow. What time is that? Skyhawks are in the morning, so they must be at 2 for Spanish. So going to be busy over in Orem for a bit, and probably busy coming back here for a bit as you have the Salem High School doing a graduation over at UVU as well. But congratulations to all the graduates. Hard work, and excited to see where it takes you from here. I guess Seth was worried I was going to get to philosophic on this, and maybe just a touch is simply that, you know what excites me about the graduates now coming in our community is the difference of how many years ago? Now 25 years ago when I graduated, further for you too, I think.
I don't think so.
Right?
I thought we were all the same
30
age.
years ago or so.
We're not.
The opportunities for these kids here in our city after they graduate are different than they were that many years ago. There are places that are looking to hire youth and get them into specialties, get them into trades, get them into different kinds of lines of work where they can work pretty dang close to where they call home right now. And so I'm excited to see that. The one thing I'm not excited about, and I told Dale a few months ago I was teeing up for this, is, and I think Jesse kind of mentioned this about being safe. Be safe, have a safe summer, but don't be idiots either. A couple of months ago, and this is a message to parents more than it is kids, because kids, you can tell them not to be idiots, and they will listen. But parents, please talk to your kids, especially your driving age kids. We're practicing soccer and baseball down at our most beautiful. Every park is beautiful in Spanish Fork, but one of the most beautiful, cherished parks is down by the river and down by the sports park. And just a few weeks ago, some knucklehead thought it was a good place to spin out with either a four-wheeler or a truck. I don't know, something like that, right, Dale? It wasn't very big, but it's still not back to normal, and that was a month ago, and we're trying to repair grass and things like that. So So just remind your kids, please, as they go into summer, that we're going to have a good time. There's a lot of places to have a good time, and be safe and have fun with each other inside your city. But just remind them to not be knuckleheads. There's stuff like that costs thousands and thousands of dollars. And Chief knows and has been directed by us, if they catch you, it's going to cost you money. It's not just going to be a slap on the hand. That's your park. That's your things. So take care of them. Take care of them. It's your tax dollars that build them, and so please be safe, have fun, and be responsible of your city projects. They're your projects. Okay, was that waxing too much strong? All right, thank you. That takes us, if no other council comments, that takes us to staff reports of following up maybe on any issues. Manager Perrins, do you have anything from a couple of weeks ago?
I don't have any staff reports for today, so.
Okay. No staff reports. Takes us to Spanish Fork 101, which our city recorder, Tara Silver, will talk to us about the 2025 election information. Scouts, here we go. This is what you came for.
As your friendly neighborhood city recorder and election officer, I am here to give everybody the information about the municipal elections for 2025. They aren't coming up until August. The primary is August 12th. But the things you need to know is your ballot will come out about July 22nd. That's when they'll start sending them out. There's been a lot of election changes, so we'll go through some of those, the most important ones for the residents. And, of course, the declaration period. Let's see if I can get it to. All right, so the general election, just giving you dates here, November 4th, and those ballots will go October 14th or start going out to residents. So if you don't receive one shortly after the week of October 14th, make sure and call Utah County. That's who you would call to get a ballot if you're thinking you should have one. You can also check your registration as well. The open seats for this election is a local election, so it's our mayor and 2 council seats. They're a 4-year term, and they'll go from January 2026 to January 2030. At large just means that they represent the whole city. We don't have districts in our city, so. Declaration of candidacy, that's anyone who wants to declare or become a candidate for the primary election. They would do that from June 2nd to June 6th. It's a short window this year. They've changed it in the legislature, so it will never be more than 5 days. It has to be in by June 6th at 5 p.m. And then right there, it just tells you to come to the recorder's office at 40 South Main Street, which is just next door, room 130, to declare that. We're going to go through some of what you need to declare because it's different than it's ever been. Some of the things you need to consider is we have a podcast that will tell you step by step what will happen when you come in to declare your candidacy. It will go through the whole process with you, so you won't be intimidated. You won't feel like you don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully it puts you at ease, gives you a little more education. There's just more things that you need to come prepared with this time than you have before. And then we're going to make sure that you meet those eligibility requirements. You can find those in the state code. We will have all of this on our website within the next week. And of course, you can call me if you need any of these things. And then decide if you're going to use your legal name. This is a brand new law. You can use your legal name, which is what's on your voter registration is what they're going to count it by. If you change that at all, it becomes more complicated. So if you are, first we'll go through this. So if you are not going to do a legal name, you need to sign an affidavit as a candidate, and you need to get 5 people in the county to sign an affidavit as well, saying you go by that name instead. So let me give you some examples. First, we'll go through what will happen if you're out of the state. If you're out of the state during the whole declaration period, there is some things you need to do before you leave the state. First, you need to get your declaration, and you need to get it signed by a notary. You need to get a representative to come in during the declaration period to meet with me, and you need to schedule an appointment with me where I do a video call and I have to be able to hear and see you. Now, just be aware, if you're going to be in Hawaii during this whole time, I have to be able to see and hear you. So let's make sure maybe that you do this early in the week in case there's trouble, that we can try it again. Like sometimes you can't see people and you can only hear them. State code requires that I see and hear you, and we go through the packet like we normally would. And then you give me an email and I send you all the things. One of the things you do have to bring with you is your conflict of interest. Do that before you leave. That is required for you to be declared a candidate now, is your conflict of interest has to be completed. If an incumbent decides to run, then if they already have one for that year, they don't need to do it again unless it's changed. But any new candidates would need to do that at declaration. And then just make sure that, again, if you're going to use that legal name or if it's going to be different, because you're going to have to bring in those affidavits. So let's go over that. If you're using your legal name, that's the easy way. You have your first and last name on your voter registration and you're good to go. No affidavits. If you use your legal middle name instead of your first name, let's say your name is John Jacob Smith and you go by Jacob, then you have to sign a candidate affidavit, and you have to have 5 affidavits from people in the county that are not your family who say that you go by Jacob. They're trying to prevent people from changing their name to be higher on the master ballot list. So that's why they're doing this. If you're going to use a common short form of your legal name, your name is Michael, but you go by Mike. Your name is William, but you go by Will. Then you just sign a candidate affidavit in front of me and you're good to go. If you want to use your initial for your first name or your middle name, then you have to also sign that candidate affidavit. Here's where it gets really sticky. If you have a nickname that you want to use, you are Chuck Johnson, but you go by Skip. You can use that name, but you have to make sure that it doesn't imply that you're someone else, that it's not a slogan, it doesn't have any kind of accreditation. You can't have Dr. So-and-so, any of that. You can't have offensive or profane or anything. It can't be part of a religious group. So they're very specific on what nicknames can be used. I don't know if you're aware, but in the past we've had Lucifer on the ballot. We've had many other Mickey Mouse, Santa Claus on the ballot, and I think this is where they're trying to alleviate that and get serious candidates. And then also you have to have 5 people in the county swear that that's what you go by. You just can't say, well, today I'm Skip. You have to have 5 people who agree with you that you are. And then you're going to tell me where you want it placed on the ballot, where your nickname is. If it's your first name, your middle name, your surname has to stay the same. And what's important here is the master ballot list is going to go off of your surname. It doesn't matter if you're using your middle name, your initial, whatever it is, it will go off of your last name for the master ballot order. This will, again, prevent people from changing their name to get higher on that list. Here's another change. The mailbox. If you're going to mail your ballot, you have to have it in many, many days before the primary election. Before, you could postmark it, and if it had that postmark, it would be counted. Now, it has to be in the hands of the county office for it to be counted. So if you mail it the day before or 2 days before and it doesn't make it to the county, it will not count. So this is a big change for our residents. They're not used to this. So that's why we're bringing it up here. Hopefully we can get this message out as much as possible so they understand. If you are too late, let's say you were going to mail it and time got away from you and you have 2 days before the election and you want to make sure it gets in, just take it to the ballot box or bring it here to the election center. So there's other options. Just be aware if you're going to mail it, do it quickly. Once you get it, mail it and get it off. And then we're just showing you where the ballot boxes are here in Spanish Fork. There's just this one, and it's right here at the library, so that's convenient for everybody to come through. And then you can see we have lots of boxes in a row. We get about 12 ballots a year that get put in other boxes. And we have to do a ballot chain of command and different things where we have to track that we found ballots in another box and what we did with them and who did it and how they did it and all that good stuff. So I'm just pointing out here is the last two boxes. The second to last one is if you're going to mail it, and the last one is the drop box where you can do it up to August 12th at 8 p.m. And then you can vote in person right here, Library Hall right across the hall here. You'll see signs all over on Election Day, only on Election Day. They will have early voting down at the county, and we'll get those dates out to you. And then, of course, here's just my information. We're going to have all this information and so much more on the website that will tell candidates what they need to do, help residents know those important dates that are coming up to make sure that everybody has the opportunity if they want it. Any questions?
Good job, Tara.
Questions for our recorder? Kids, any questions for our recorder? She's pretty good. All right. Okay.
Yeah, she and I have been talking. Historically, it's pretty relatively fast to come in and declare. You don't have to bring a lot of stuff. It's going to take a lot of time. So I would encourage you to go on the first day or two, right, Tara? Don't wait until 5 p.m. on Friday because you might not be able to file. Yeah. Don't wait.
So just to be clear, 5:30 or 5 o'clock on Friday, you have to be done with the application, not walking in the door.
You can come in as long as you're in my office at 5.
Okay.
I just have to lock the door at 5
Yeah.
and no one can come in.
Gotcha.
If you leave because you have to get something, then I can't let you back in.
All right. I'll be there at 5:01.
See, kids, she's pretty good. She keeps the rules. She's a rule keeper. Tara's office, not in this building, in the building next door. So that first week in June, that's who you have to go see in the other building. And she'll make sure you're eligible to run and everything. Okay, any questions about 101, Council? If not, takes us to item 9 on our agenda, the consent items. We have items A through G. I'm assuming nobody told me that anything's being pulled off our consent agenda. So I would assume that unless anybody has any questions for the consent items, I would entertain a motion.
1 second, Mayor. You said A through G. On our agenda online, I only see A through F.
I'm looking off a paper copy.
I've got G online as well.
Oh, maybe it changed.
You good now? Did it update?
I'm checking right now.
Okay.
Yep, it's there.
Okay, I know one was pulled off about the aviation lease because it wasn't ready for prime time last time, but it looks like it's back on there. So if there's no questions, I'd entertain a motion for the consent items.
I move to approve the consent items.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, seconded by Councilman Marshall. All in favor say yes.
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 Consent items are approved. It takes us to our public hearing portion of the agenda. We have A, B, C, D, E, and F of public hearing agendas, so please listen if you're here to talk about one of these items that we'll open it up for public hearing for you to come up. But we'll first start with A, ordinance for the Title 15 impound yards. Mr. David G. Anderson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. There are really 3 parts to what staff's recommending here tonight on this matter. 2 of them are reflected in this text amendment. The other one is reflected in the next 2 items on your agenda with map amendments. And I think they all tie to the idea that as staff, we believe it's appropriate to be somewhat more permissive about allowing new impound yards in Spanish Fork than what we currently have, than what currently our ordinance permits by way of the text in the code. Actually, we're suggesting that be strengthened, but by amending the zoning map, potentially create opportunities for people to have impound yards where today, by zoning, they're not allowed. The proposed changes are really pretty simple to the text. Currently, impound yards are permitted uses in 2 zoning districts that we have in Spanish Fork, the Industrial 2 and the Industrial 3 zones. There are not very many properties zoned. We are medium and heavy industrial zones, so not a lot of geography covered with those 2 industrial zoning districts. I would guess, didn't look at the numbers, that 90% of the property that's zoned industrially in Spanish Fork, if not more, is zoned Industrial 1, and impound yards are not allowed in that zone. We've had a number of requests in recent months in particular, but really over the course of the past few years, about allowing for impound yards where today the property is zoned Industrial 1 and they're not permitted. And as we've considered whether there's merit to, again, coming up with a path to allow for new impound yards where currently they're not permitted or not, we found reason to be more permissive under certain circumstances. And with that, we're recommending tonight these changes to the Industrial 2 zone to add additional regulations that would have to be met in order for somebody to have an impound yard where that particular zoning district is in place. Changes are simple. They would no longer be permitted uses in the Industrial 2 zone, but rather would be uses subject to conditions, and so hence striking it there from permitted uses. As you can see at the bottom, listing it as a use subject to conditions, and then all of that red text would be new. The most important part of which, with the supplementary regulations, which those are the conditions part, those are things that would have to be, or that language identifies things that would have to be satisfied, or parameters that would have to be operated within in order to have an impound yard in the I-2 zone. That is all new. Number 4, in my mind, is the most important one, by way of limiting the size of impound yards to basically 3/4 of an acre, nothing larger than that. From my perspective, one of the bigger concerns about having impound yards is having locations or maybe area that has value to the city in a part of the community where, via different means, considerable investment is occurring in order to be able to serve land uses that provide more employment, that accommodate more capital investment, and that just generally are a different kind of neighbor than what we get with impound yards. So the idea of limiting them to a certain size, not to exceed, I think is an important part of getting comfortable with the idea then that if these parameters are met, and that maybe if sites, they're not on Main Street, for example, or on a highly visible corner, if they're tucked behind maybe some other uses, they're on a piece of property that maybe by way of its configuration or access limitations, different things like that, it's hard to see somebody putting those sites to a better use anytime soon. Those considerations then would be given, should the council adopt this tonight, when somebody proposes a particular site to be used as an impound yard. That would involve then amending the zoning map to change the zoning from I-1 to I-2, with the idea being that that would happen on a very limited scale by way of size and just at locations where ultimately the council's comfortable with having an impound yard. So kind of a mouthful, but again, a few different pieces. As staff, we looked at a number of different options, including the idea that maybe Spanish Fork has enough impound yards today. One of the challenges that some folks that have been operating in the community for a while have now is that they're being asked to leave the sites that they've been operating from for a while, so that necessitates some type of change on their part, and that's partly why we've come up with an approach that we think can be somewhat more accommodating. That really ties to the map amendment, while raising the bar as to care that needs to be taken with how impound yards are improved and just how big they can become.
Questions for David here before we go to public hearing?
David G.
David G. Yep.
Yeah, just quickly. So, right now, currently, you can put an impound yard in I-2 because you can. There's no special requirement.
By right.
By
If
right.
somebody applied for a business license, we would have to issue
Right.
that.
But we don't have a lot of I-2, so there's not a lot of opportunity to do that. So we are going to say that you can still put them in I-2, but we're going to put some boundaries around it now. So we're going to make it somewhat harder to do that in I-2. However, we're going to open up the opportunity to create I-2s to use this. Is that
I think that's a good way to put it, which incidentally, somebody could apply for a zone
They
change.
could right now apply for a zone change, and if we said yes, it's a permitted use, it's by right.
Correct.
Now, with the change, we say yes only under these circumstances.
Exactly. Yep. And these are not negotiable. These are musts.
All right. So we are sort of dipping our toe a little bit into impound yards, and while without the map change, this makes it harder to put an impound yard in.
Yep.
Okay. But it still requires a legislative action on our part to go from I-1 to I-2.
So ultimately, council's the gatekeeper.
Ton of flexibility for us.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions before public hearing here?
I think there's only two people that understood what I just said, and it's just the two of us.
That's perfect.
I apologize for the rest of you all, because that was a
Oh,
terrible
boy.
dialogue.
No.
I did not articulate myself very well right
I thought
there.
you did well.
Yep.
Goodness.
Good dialogue
Yeah.
before we go to public hearing.
Puts boundaries on it, makes it still possible, but with boundaries.
What he said.
Which is what you described.
You
just said it simpler.
Which I guess before we go to public comment, my part of where you start to say, hey, this is the acreage that we're willing to do for car lots. I think the reason it comes back, not because maybe, we think certain business versus certain business, but the public investment of infrastructure in industrial areas in this city for the protection of the taxpayer dollar that's went there, you have to get businesses.
Get something in return.
You have to get businesses that, generate a return to pay that
sure.
investment back. Am I onto something there?
Pardon me?
You are.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree with you.
All right.
Yeah, I think you're onto something, if that's
Yeah,
what you said.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Okay. Thank you, David. We'll probably call you up for questions after public comment. If there's no other questions from the council, I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing for item A.
I move that we go into public hearing for item A.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Euler, seconded by Councilman Cardin. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item A. Anybody that would like to come up and speak to it, Jack will have the minutes up again, and please make sure that Tara gets your name so we get you on the record. You can pull the microphone down too. It doesn't need to
I
be clear.
need to.
Oh,
I'm
thank
very
you.
short.
Yeah.
I'm nervous, so
You're all right.
I'm going to buckle up because I'm not good at talking in front of everybody.
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, I just wanted to give my 2
Tell us your
cents.
name. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You're right.
I'm Sabrina Clark. I'm with ABS Towing, who is currently part of your towing rotation here in Spanish Fork.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Part of the reason I am coming up is because it is a small rotation. Here in Spanish Fork, we did have 8 tow companies, right? But we lost 3 of them because our landlord is building a building, and that's why the 3 companies have left. We now have 6 tow companies on Spanish Fork, or 5. Sorry, I can't count. 5 tow companies on Spanish Fork, which works for, I want to say, the community, more or less us. But my fight is on Springville rotation, we have, I think it's 27 wreckers, which is insane. And then in Mapleton, I think they brought it down to 18, which is still a lot of tow companies. Lehigh, which is a lot bigger than us, they have 5 tow companies. They open their thing every 4 to 5 years, their application for you to become a tow company. But they are with the city and they say, hey, how are we doing? Do we need more tow companies at this time? They usually don't. They're very strict. They stay with the 5, which I think that if this gets approved and you allow these companies, then you're in for a big treat, because you're going to have every tow company come and apply to have a zone change and get a yard. And in Provo, we've got a yard down, not us. In Provo, there's tow companies, and there's probably 12 companies, and they can fit about 3 cars in each yard, which is ridiculous. Like, you shouldn't, it needs to be bigger. The state is pushing to have, I don't know if they're really pushing, they were at one point to have bigger tow yards, because they're saying you have to have at least 15 cars into your tow yard to accommodate the city and everything. So I just think that if this becomes open, we're going to end up with 22 tow companies in Spanish Fork, which causes a lot of problems. So I feel like we're pretty tight with our officers. We do great, and they know us. Like, if I'm not with the boss man, the old man, they always ask me, where's your partner? And I'm like, oh, he's not here today. I'm on my own. But anyway, I like that the community is tight and small, and I just feel like opening it up is going to be a disaster, my opinion. So I'm against it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sabrina. Appreciate you coming up. Anyone else for public hearing on item A?
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Bettino, and I'm with 3DL Towing, one of the companies that was left without a tow yard due to the owner building the building. We started back in 2016. It is a small family-owned company. We, like I said, we are the underdogs where we come after an accident or an impound, state impound, and we pick up the vehicles. Usually we also pick up abandoned vehicles that make the city look bad. We are asking for a zone change in a particular area, which is close to where we used to be. It's just like 100 feet apart. To continue working in the city. Like it says, it's Pride and Progress, Spanish Fork. I think the sun shines for everyone. And as long as the city is growing very fast, and I think the opportunities for us to still stay in rotation, we were kicked out of rotation because we don't have our yard. So if we can come back to it, continue our business, which is helping my family grow too. So that's a little food for thought, Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Selena Tienda, and I am one of the owners with my husband from King of Kings Towing. We started on, I think, 2017, working with the Spanish Fork City. We have been looking for a yard for more than 5 years now, because we already knew that the owner was going to be building. We talked to him. We did everything we could to find a new yard. There are no areas zoned I-2. There's 2, I think, now, but really you can't find any areas. So making it harder for us to find a yard now, like we were looking for yards 5 years ago. There were no areas. We talked to the people who had the area. They wouldn't rent it to us because obviously tow yard, people don't like tow yards, oil, messy, stuff like that, right? So we finally found an area which was on I-2, barely. I submitted my application. I still haven't received any response. I found the area. I'm not asking for a zone change. I just found the area. Now they said I had to wait till this hearing to see what would happen. There are no I-zone areas if you look at the map. There's only 2, I think. So you're basically making it impossible for us to find a new yard. I was on the rotation, we were on the rotation. Because we don't have a yard, we obviously got removed from it. We never had an issue with the city that I know, or with the police officers. We've always been just doing our job like we're supposed to. Another thing is, I understand her point of view, the point of view of we want to keep it small, but we were already here. And if they are going to be more companies coming in because of the zoning, you could already change the zone before all of this. You could already look for an impound yard and change the zone. I do know that because I talked to Dave a lot of times, and he told me if you find an area, you can change the zone and then you can apply for a business license. But there is not a lot of people who would approve that. If you look for a landlord, most of them don't want to do that. They don't want to change their zoning from I-1 to I-2. So even if there's more companies wanting to come here, not a lot of them will buy a property and change it. Because we try to buy a property as well to change it, but with everything we needed to do, with all the change, building, buying, stuff that we needed to build, we decided not to because it was going to be way too much money for that area that we wanted. So like I said, it's making it impossible for us that we're already here, find a new area because of this new thing that they want to do. And obviously, we would like to still be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Anyone else for item A, public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
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 A discussion back up here for item A, Council.
So I've got some questions on a little bit of clarification, Dave. I don't know if you want to answer where you're at or come up. It doesn't matter. So looking at the agenda, just so I'm clear, it says, I'm going to read it. It says this proposal would add specific regulations for impound yards in the industrial 2 zone. Currently, impound yards are allowed as permitted uses in the industrial 2 and industrial 3. The proposal would instead make impound yards a use subject to conditions in the industrial 1 zone, and would
Does it say
provide
that?
It says that in the agenda.
Okay.
So this is where I'm trying to clarify. Are we talking about changing industrial 1,
Not
or
at
are
all.
we only adjusting industrial 2?
This is exclusively for the industrial 2 zone.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay.
Just industrial 2. So no change to industrial 1.
So to some of the comments that were brought up, then it sounds like they are currently industrial 1, wanting to make some changes to their. Are they trying to get the same thing in the industrial 1 zone is what it sounds like, but they're not zoned currently for industrial 1, so I don't know how this would apply to them.
Yeah, so maybe I would describe things a little bit differently than how we've talked so far tonight. Today, finding a site where you can get a business license for an impound yard in Spanish Fork is next to impossible because we only allow them in the industrial 2 and industrial 3 zones. And we're not suggesting that change, but at least as far as staff is concerned, we've lightened up a little bit by way of coming around and recognizing that potentially there is a need for more impound yards in Spanish Fork. And we feel like the appropriate way to consider allowing new impound yards is with a zoning map amendment. I think that's, from my perspective, a critical part of making sure that they're at locations that ultimately you're comfortable with. So we're suggesting that somebody would have to do the same thing that they would have had to have done 6 months ago or 6 years ago if they wanted a new impound yard in Spanish Fork. The biggest change, again, I'll speak for myself, maybe let other staff people share feelings or thoughts, particularly if they disagree with me. But we have historically not been comfortable recommending that we change zoning from I-1 to I-2, particularly for impound yards. And again, that's part of the conversation from my perspective tonight. Next two items on your agenda, I think, are good examples of sites that we've gotten comfortable with as staff that probably, in my view, could be great homes to impound yards well into the future. And I would even say that that's kind of the main event. The text amendment, this is just more of a safeguard. Raising the bar, and again, from my perspective, the size limit is the big deal. But yet at the same time, if somebody proposed a 3-acre site for a zoning map amendment, you as the council could say, well, we don't want to zone 3 acres, we just want to zone 1, or that type of a thing. So ultimately, the council has a lot of discretion. I think this is a more transparent way maybe to message to the world. If you want to impound yard in Spanish Fork, then you need to find a site, and ultimately it's subject to the council's approval. So somebody just applying for a zone change does not mean that that site would be zoned I-2. Does that help at all?
It does. So to point out that the next two items on the agenda help clarify kind of my thinking. So we're putting in the guardrails with this, or we would be putting in the guardrails with industrial 2, because the next two agenda items are industrial 1 zones that are asking to be changed to industrial 2 so that they can meet the conditions to have a tow yard. I got that right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
To me, the first proposal in front of us, which is the change to the ordinance, gives staff and others more comfort to proceed down the path. Whereas before, once we said yes, that was it. It could be 3, 6, 12 acres, whatever. Now, while it feels like it's more constrictive, it actually is giving us more comfort to do more of them. That's my take on the text amendment. The guardrail conversation, I think, is spot on. It does give us some okay, I could be okay with 30,000 square feet, but I'm not okay with 10. But okay, I get you. So in order, this is the first one in front of us, and I think the comments we heard from the public relate more to the second part, the next two, than they do this first part, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Chief, I've got a question for you. So some numbers were shared about our community compared to some of the other communities. Springville, it sounds like, has quite a few. Spanish Fork, similar to Lehigh, we're on the lower end. So as the police chief, I guess the question I've got for you is, have you had any concerns or issues, or have you had to go outside of Spanish Fork in the past to be able to meet your needs to get vehicles towed or moved off of roads after accidents?
No, 8 on the rotation was manageable, and the companies present here this night have been great to work with. They've been good service to our citizens and have done a good job. So I don't want to see it get to the point that it's unmanageable, but what that number is, I don't know. Lieutenant Harding manages the tow rotation, and but we've had adequate service with our rotation companies.
So we're now at 8, or we're now at 5?
We're at 5 now.
So now we're at 5. Would it go up? I guess the question is, will it go up from 5? Will it increase if we make this change?
Maybe adding to just Kevin's question, what does that process look like, and what is the policy in place?
Basically, we allow our rotation to open up every 2 years. They have to have a lot here in town. They have to have the required insurance through the state. They have to have a 15-minute response time. But it depends on what you do tonight, and I'm sure that these 2 businesses would be back on our rotation and would apply for that again. There wouldn't be a reason for us not to add them to our rotation.
Just to be clear, this first one, Title 15 impound yard ordinance change, does not increase or decrease
the
number.
Yeah, it's not
towers,
changing
right?
anything.
The next 2 items
would
potentially could do that, but this first one that we're debating today, right now. would not, right?
And I think whatever we do, like no matter if we approve, don't approve, whatever, it's probably good for us, you know, for if we know that there are cities in our local area that are having maybe some problems. If there's 21 on a rotation, it sounds like a lot to me. I don't know, but maybe we need to put something in our policy or some guardrails on that just to put some safeguards there eventually so that we don't have something that's unmanageable for your team.
Definitely, we could do some research and see what we do to limit the amount of tow companies that we would allow.
Yeah, are you required, if there's a tow company in the city, are you required to bring them into the rotation?
Basically, if there's a reason, if there's bad business practices or they don't fit the standards that's in our policy, we don't have a reason not to add them to the rotation.
So you can't just at your own discretion say, no, we don't want to use these guys.
According to our
they meet the
policy
conditions.
right now, we don't have that in our policy.
Okay.
And the number one thing being a yard in our city.
Yeah.
Which we've heard through both applicants or folks tonight that it's almost impossible to get a yard in our city.
Correct.
So that is a big hurdle. This first one does not change that hurdle.
Correct.
And we would always have the discretion, because it's a legislative action, not to approve a zone change to allow it in. So I think some analysis of what is too many would be good, but it's certainly within our control to limit that just based on the fact that you need
Guardrails are still there.
Yep.
Yeah.
This puts a guardrail on the size of it. The policy in general, the land use map in general puts a guardrail on the number.
So another question I have, Dave, I don't know if you have the details or info for this. If let's say we didn't have any of the current impound yards that we have today, I guess we've got 5. If these conditions were in place before any of these 5 were to come in, I guess the question is, do those 5 that are currently existing meet the conditions that we're asking for up here with these four requirements?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Or basically, would they be grandfathered in, not required to do anything that a new one would? But I'm just curious, are we asking new ones to do additional that the existing ones don't?
I think, honestly, that's the intent, is that the bar is being raised.
So it is more difficult than
I think
it has been.
That's the idea. I'm not familiar with all of the impound yards. There's one on 1600 North that's pretty visible. It meets the criteria that's present here. I know there are at least 2 tow companies that operate out of that one. The site that I think some of the companies have been displaced from wouldn't meet all of the criteria that are up here. So it's probably a mixed bag. But any tow companies that have valid business licenses will be able to continue to operate as they have been, where they are, in perpetuity.
Without having to meet these changes.
They would not have to meet these changes unless they want to change something themselves, expand, do something like that. Then these would come into play.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions. Any other questions or comments for staff or anybody else on item A? If not, I'd entertain a motion for item A.
I move to approve the proposed ordinance to modify the city's regulation for impound yards in the industrial 2 zone based on the findings that the proposed changes would enhance the city's ability to address impacts created by impound yards in the city.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, seconded by Councilman Euler. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Item A is approved. It takes us to item B, which is ordinance for the Freddy's tow zone change. Another David, but not David G. I don't think. Maybe.
You never know.
I'm going to put it on the record. What is it?
Nope, just another David.
Just another David. He couldn't put that on the ballot if he wanted to run. He'd have to put something else.
Just another David?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Might take just a second there.
That's fine. So now with these new regulations that have been put in place, you've got 2 proposals before you. The first is for Freddy's Towing. This is for a property that is on 300 West. They, like has been discussed, one of the companies that has been displaced with some development that's being proposed where they currently are located. So they're working with the property owner to move further east towards the back of the property. That will offer them less visibility from the street. The area that's been given as part of a legal description is 12,960 square feet. There is a property to the east of where they would be located, and it's currently not developed. You can see it there next to the right of that, to the right of that yellow triangle or rectangle. So that's undeveloped as of now, but as that develops in the future, I think this site would be definitely less visible than where they were previously located. So they would have to meet all the requirements that have been approved, and so staff is recommending approval based on that.
How do you access that site?
That's what I was going to say.
It would be accessed off of 300 West, and then they would create a road base, I believe. The portion that's closest to the street would have to meet the requirements of the text amendment that you just approved to be, I believe, some sort of asphalt or solid material.
With this particular property, the frontage on 300 West is improved, and there's a building there. I don't know exactly what the use of the building is, but the site would be accessed through the drive aisle that serves that business on the 300 West side of the property.
On the left?
On the left,
Into
exactly.
that. Okay,
yeah.
I got you.
And this is tucked way back.
Okay.
Would that be discussed during a plot approval or a business license? Where would that be discussed? All of those conditions being met?
Exactly, yeah. Yep. So prior to issuing a bid, and there are two scenarios that could play out. This site, I think, is a good example of one where we would just focus on a business license. That would be somebody's next step. So provided that they meet the conditions, we'd issue the business license. If somebody, well, let's use this site to demonstrate something else. If the frontage on 300 West was not improved, if they didn't have curb, gutter, sidewalk, and different things like that, then potentially an applicant would need to start by submitting a site plan. And we'd review that, and we'd check to make sure that the necessary infrastructure was in place and that type of a thing. So if it's a completely vacant property that had never been developed in any way, there might be one route. But if it's, at least in this case, a partially developed site where the frontage is improved, then it's probably a much easier path. Just business license and be good to go.
How often do we rezone a parcel, like a piece of a parcel?
I'd say rarely, but it does happen.
Okay.
So they're not subdividing this, they're just taking they are subdividing this.
No, you're right. They are not subdividing.
They're not?
Yeah.
Okay. So the legal description is the description of the new zone.
Correct. So it would just be that
Or just a
portion that
map
would have that
description,
zone.
I guess, of it.
So in this case, looking at the map,
Interesting.
the new requirements, talking about a wall, if you're within 100 feet of a public right-of-way, so you're looking at 300 West. What's the distance that we're looking at here? Anybody know?
To
More
300
than
West.
100 feet.
Is it more than 100 feet? Okay, so they would not be required to put a wall in because they're far enough away from the right-of-way.
Correct, yeah.
And
Let me-
the DRC also considered that the house would assist in the screening from 300 West,
Okay.
as it is today.
So speaking of screening anyways, looking at that small corner, looking at the map of the property around it, it almost looks like there's an impound yard already there to begin with, right? With some of the things that are on that lot. So I guess my question is, what's the difference between what we're now requiring for an impound yard with neighboring properties that look or maybe function as an impound yard today?
They probably look very much like impound yards, but just by way of the license that we issue, they are not. So it may be that simple. Somebody might be storing things on a property, might be a parking lot, fenced off like an impound yard would be. It could, walk, swim, quack like a duck, but yet we wouldn't issue a business license for an impound yard unless it was zoned I-2 and they met the criteria that you just approved.
So if they're running a business as a tow truck and they need a place to take things, an impound yard, then they need a certain business license as an impound yard. If they own property that they want to store their 7 rundown RVs on to look like an impound yard, even though it's just a storage yard, there's no business license requirement for that.
Yeah, we have a handful of sites in a part of the community, certainly, that meet the description you just provided there.
Okay. That helps clarify a few things in my mind. Thank you.
I think that picture is a good example of what the ordinance we just passed creates. To me, this, like Kevin, you said, it's more difficult to create something like this. And I think physically that is true. I think there's more improvements that need to be made to the actual site in order to be approved, yes. But I don't think we would be considering this if this entire property was a zone change into I-2, right? So I think because what we just did, we're more comfortable to get to a yes here because it's limited the size, the scope, the impact of a impound yard. So on one hand, it's easier to get to a yes, but it's harder to make the improvement. So I don't know if it's more difficult or less difficult, but this makes me way more comfortable than in that entire property that's 700 feet long as an impound yard.
Yeah.
So we get the benefit of having one in our community completely concealed from almost every angle, especially when the property to the right, west, east, I don't know, one of the directions.
Zoom out.
Is developed. It's completely concealed. So this, to me, is a good spot for a use like this.
Any other questions for David before we go to public hearing?
Shoot, there's not a public hearing.
Thank you, David. I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing for item B.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Euler.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Took to go into public hearing for item B. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for ordinance for the Freddy's tow zone change. Anybody would like to speak to item B? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, seconded by Councilman Euler. All in favor say yes.
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 Discussion back up here. I think before any more discussion, just zoom back out to the 10,000 foot level a little bit. The discussion we're having up here and why it relates to chief and the police department and rotations is because we don't have a lot of apartment complexes in Spanish Fork where maybe tow companies are towing cars for parking in different ways. It's because it's usually someone's crappiest day where they got in an accident and they're towing a car away because they can't drive it away. So when people are talking about leaking fluids and different things like that, trying to step it up to where there's crashed cars and where they're at, but also be close and accessible on your worst day where your car is wrecked, that you're not driving to a different city to go get your items or go assess it from an insurance perspective. So I thought maybe we got to zoom it back up there of why we're having this local discussion about towing yards and why we need some, but why we don't need overkill either.
Can I share, as you're considering this one and the application of the zone, this is an area that I brought up a couple of times in our DRC, and some of the staff might be rolling their eyes like, ugh, here he goes again. This might be one of the sites, or did they? They weren't there, but it was maybe over there. But this might be one of the sites that maybe was referenced by one of the individuals that spoke. But this is an area in Provo. Will you zoom up maybe just one click? Go the other way, zoom up or out. Yeah. Far away. Maybe just one more. So okay, that's great. You're doing great. There's no harder job than being the computer guy in a room full of people watching. I genuinely, I feel for you. This is a really odd shaped parcel, right? It's a triangle in between a railroad track and a freeway. And so it's a very odd shape. But if you look at the parcel in its entirety,
it has some of the craziest uses going on here, and it's I think what I worry about with the application of what could be this zone, how we've set it up, and how you get to administer it. I think you get to be the gatekeeper of whether or not this happens, right? This parcel is about 65 or 70,000 square feet, but if you look inside of there, you've got there's actually a car sale business that fronts 820 North, and a car repair business adjacent or same part of that. You've got some storage units there along the railroad tracks, and then right there, that white, that's it. And then you have a bunch of fences, and each of those fences, if you pull up to that area along the side of the building or fence, there's a sign for 10 or so different towing companies. This is where our yard is, and you call them, and these guys can't verify the way it works. Like, I get there to pick up my daughter's car that's munched, and I call them and say, I'm here, and I'll be there within 15 minutes. They show up, they let me in, they go to their particular corner of the world here. We go in and retrieve some of the stuff out of the car, and then we leave with the tow truck driver. But inside here, there's probably 8 or 9 different companies. And that can absolutely happen inside of what we do. So with this one, I think this lot that we're looking at here is looking to be 12,000, almost 13,000 square feet. There can be 30. So somebody else could come and say, I want to have another one and do a few more, and somebody else could maybe have another one. That's probably okay. Maybe it's okay if you're okay with it. My comments are not to say we shouldn't do any, not at all. I think I agree with what Councilman Marshall's been saying. I think this gives us flexibility to answer the need. But I think this is what I want to make sure to at least point out. Do we want this to happen on parcels? So the next one you're going to be looking at is going to have, a corner of its section used. And what if the landowner says, hey, this is actually a pretty good little side hustle for some somewhat unproductive property, or I'd like to do another 10,000 and another 10,000, right? Then this particular site can happen. So I give this to highlight what could be and what, from my perspective, I would say I don't want. That's not your perspective, but I wanted to give you this kind of visual to say, this is a really powerful, laser-focused way to use it. This is what could become if we aren't mindful of the next application and the next application. As I think one of the members of the public said, if we do this, we might have a bunch come in. I'm comfortable that we might have a bunch come in, but we can say no, we don't want to do that. We certainly don't have to say yes, but we will have to then exercise that no to say no. This is one too many. And maybe it's because we've got some research that Matt gives us that we feel comfortable with, or maybe it's just because, no, we can see this looking like something that we don't want, so one's enough, two's too many, or whatever that ends up looking like. So I just wanted to share this to give that visual.
Thanks.
Thank
So
you.
Seth, you talk about it maybe end up looking like something we don't want. Are there requirements for tow yards where vehicles can only be there for so long before they need to go? I guess what happens when a vehicle gets towed and nobody comes to claim it? Is it there forever?
Sabrina, could you answer that for him, please?
I'm curious.
There's probably a subject matter expert here that can do that for us.
Yes, I got all the answers. So, on an accident, when a car's been towed, we now have a thing in place where the officers give us a case number, their name, like Officer Johnson, and their badge number. So when we put it in the inventory vehicle search, the IVS, for the DMV, then we put those in. If the owner does not get a hold of us within 30 days, if the vehicle is 8 years or older, then we can apply for title, so then we can
get rid
junk the vehicle at that point. If it's 8 years or newer, we have to wait 60 days, and it goes through a state auction.
Okay.
So we can get title, and we can dispose of the vehicle after we've sat on it for so long. Does every company tow it or dispose of it as soon as you get title? No.
Yeah, so my question is preventing it, like Seth says, becoming something we don't want, having it go from a tow yard to a junkyard, right? We don't want it to just end up having cars there forever that don't get cleaned out. So
And I don't think you can necessarily prevent that, or you should at least expect that there will always be cars in the tow yard because there's always going to be a new one that's getting wrecked, and I mean they're probably getting called by us, once every 3 or 4 days. So there's always a car coming in. Something else that is happening is when my daughter's car was hit and towed and eventually totaled. Every day that it's in the yard, my insurance company is paying X dollars to them to be holding it.
Okay.
My insurance company wants to stop paying that as fast as they can, right? And so they're working with me, pushing me, telling me, you've got to get your stuff out by this day. And, they're giving me certain benchmarks that I have to hit because they want to get it out of their tow yard and into wherever they take totaled vehicles, for themselves, so that they can mitigate the costs that are going out the door. So that also is going on. I think Sabrina addressed people that aren't necessarily paying and how she would remedy that. But
my
you'll
thought
see a
process.
rotation happening generally more often than not because the insurance companies are connected to it and wanting it out of your tow yard, right?
Which is what we would want.
Yeah.
Because my thought process around it is if a car gets towed there and it just sits, eventually that tow lot is going to fill up and you're going to get more people requesting additional tow lots around the city. And so just making sure.
That's why that Provo yard works right now, because Provo rotation, I think, has 34 wreckers. I'd have to look it up, but I think it's in the 30s.
Okay.
And so having those Provo yards in 3 cars at a time, and Provo has 2 rotations. They have your accidents and your impounds. So you get 2 calls. It's pretty much 2 calls a month because the rotation's so big. And so it could work, but if you get 2 trucks, you can't fit a car in there. And so anyway, but yeah, the insurance, usually we sit on it for about 5 days. If insurance picks it up, they're pretty quick to move it.
Okay. Yeah.
We don't drive trucks down here in Spanish Fork, so never in the trucks in the tow yard. That makes sense. Thank you for that insight. Appreciate that. Any other questions about item B from the council? If not, I'd entertain a motion for item B.
I will go ahead and make a move to approve the proposed ordinance for the Freddy's Impound Yard zoning map amendment based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions. All 5 in the findings and the 2 conditions. Is that good enough? That's a lot.
I think Lauren's okay with that.
Yeah? Good, thank you. That's
wasn't
my
very
motion.
optimistic.
Not a very
his
positive
handshake.
yes. This is the most non-committal lawyer answer I've ever seen.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Beck with the findings and the conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Marshall. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
And Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Item B is approved. Takes us to C, the Okelberry Impound Yard Zoning Map Amendment. Mr. David?
So this is for property that is on 200 east, about 1800 north. The entire property is about 3 3/4 acres, but the proposal is for, again, this is in the industrial I-1 zone with the industrial land use designation. So the application is for roughly 6,300 square feet in that back corner, right by an existing billboard, where they would fence it off to have their tow yard. There was some discussion with this, not about the location, which we feel is a perfect location for this type of use, but there was part of their application was a statement regarding RVs or trailers that would be potentially stored there. The applicant is open to taking them there, especially if they're within city limits, or they said they're more than comfortable taking them to their tow yard in Orem. But so that was something that came up under discussion with DRC. So that's why the finding is included in the staff report to not allow RVs to be stored there, especially with the size of the site. You can see here from the two vantage points from 200 East and from the freeway that it's pretty well hidden. Wouldn't be much of an eyesore to operate an impound yard there. So staff is recommending approval based on these findings and conditions. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions for David on this one? None yet. Thank you, David.
Seth, this is where your example sort of plays out, right? You carve out, I don't know what that square footage is, whatever that square footage is, 10,000 square feet for this one. You move to the south and put another 10,000 square feet, another 10,000 square feet, another 10,000 square feet. You end up 4 lots in the same spot. We don't even, I mean, from a visual standpoint, I don't know that it matters a lick. It's just 4 different gates. It's interesting. I see your concern in that particular location. Do I care if it happens in this particular location? I'm not sure. Is there a minimum size that you would want a lot to be? Could you have we maximized it. We put a limit on the top end. Should we have put a limit on the bottom end?
I think that's a good question, and I think that picture from the freeway that's not in the what we're looking at connected here. If you go back to that picture, I think the potential scope creep, if you will, of this is that, hey, it's one thing if it's the corner and it's storing 10 crashed cars there, but it keeps creeping, and this is a freeway exit into Spanish Fork, and then it's welcome to Spanish Fork, where we all crash our cars and they're stored right here.
Yep.
Is how it starts to look, you know, instead of some nicely parked trailers, it looks like, and a concrete wall and an operating business. Yeah, I'd be nervous if 5 lots exactly like that with just their separate fences there, because I think you'd notice it when you get off the freeway. But
yeah, so we'll probably have one more step or one more conversation about the text change we made, not tonight necessarily, but I would like to say that I would not approve something that abuts that, another yard that abuts that yard.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, so make it big enough that it's functional, stays below 30,000 square feet, but
that you're not adding 5 that are 6,000 square feet right next to each other.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think, that's, to me, a fair criteria to have in my head to deny a legislative change, is that it butts another one, and I'm not comfortable with it. That seems not arbitrary whatsoever, and so I think we could do that. I could do that.
Absolutely. And I think those Title 15 changes tonight make that a legislative action that makes sense.
Yeah,
right?
Unless someone found a I-2 that this fit in, then we wouldn't have that legislative authority, but more often than not, we would. But I think we get through here, we implement this a bit, and if we have that problem, we probably need to start talking about a text change that prevents it, instead of just us remembering to do it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But here, did we have the public hearing? We open and close it, right?
Not on this one yet. Sorry.
Okay, I'll stop.
Yep.
We'll go to that.
If any, I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing for item C.
Too far. Go moved.
Motion made by Councilman Took. Second by Councilman Cardin. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for the Okelberry impound yard zoning map amendment. Anybody here that would like to speak to this? Sorry. No, that's good. Yeah, you're getting good. You weren't comfortable. Now you're comfortable.
I know.
I
can keep going tonight. Okay, so this one is one of my bigger concerns. I get 3DL and King of Kings and Freddy's, but this one is a bigger concern just because it is Stauffer's, it's Larry's, and those are the 2 that are applying. but they have 5 companies, and they are heavy duty, which here in Spanish Fork, we don't really need heavy duty towing. And they said that they take the RVs and the trailers to Orem, which that's what they already do. If they're called out here for a heavy duty, which that lovely motor home on 51, I don't know if you guys all saw it, that's a heavy duty tow because our trucks can't handle something like that. But anyway, they already take that stuff to Orem. So my question is, why put them on Spanish Fork's rotation if they're doing that already? Because according to Spanish Fork, when you pick up an accident or an abandoned, it stays in Spanish Fork. That's why 3DL, Freddy's, and King of Kings can't be on rotation because they don't have a yard here. And when you pick up in Spanish Fork, it stays in Spanish Fork. When you pick up in Springville, it stays in Springville. When you pick up in Orem, it stays in Orem. You're not supposed to take it elsewhere.
So describe the heavy duty portion of that again.
Semis.
So right now, none of the tow yards in Spanish Fork can do heavy duty?
No.
Or there's not a place to store them?
Both.
Both.
We don't
okay.
have heavy duties. I don't know if you guys remember Kevin's towing when Kevin was here. He did heavy duty, but he hasn't been in business for years.
So is your concern that they would put their heavy duty on this property?
Oh yeah, no, they'd take it to Orem. But what I'm saying is, if they're already doing that, why give them the chance to do regular tows if they're already taking all the heavy duties to Orem? Because if they pick up a heavy duty, it should stay in Spanish Fork.
She says their tow yard that they're wanting to get here now is probably to get into the rotation and start
Yes.
picking up
the heavy duties.
No, pick up
Yes.
regular
And
cars.
regular.
But heavy duty still haul to Orem.
Yes. Yeah, they do have smaller trucks. So they do the light duty tows, medium duty tows as well. It's just they have heavy duties too. And so where they're fighting and saying, hey, we'll take the motorhomes and the RVs to Orem, well, you already do that. So what's the point of getting on rotation if you're taking those to Orem, as it is anyway? So I think that they'd have to put their heavy duties in that yard, and so then they don't have as much room for the cars. And so I don't know. Their proposal saying, well, we'll take it to Orem is like, you do that anyway.
If you don't have the room for a vehicle in your tow yard and you get called or you're next on rotation, do you just get skipped, or do you how does that work?
You have to turn it down.
You have to turn it down. Okay.
Which you get skipped.
Okay.
Because if you don't have room, I've mentioned it to Provo one time. They had me take a trailer, and I was like, my Provo yard's not very big. I was like, but I'll take it, but I have to take it to my Springville yard. And they said, nope. I said, okay, then I guess I have to pass this call.
Okay.
So.
Okay, that's helpful.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Yeah, thanks again.
Thank you. I think we're in public hearing.
Yeah.
Still for item C. Anybody else that would like to speak to item C? Yes. Selena
again. So I'm not talking against them. So the only thing that I see here that different is that if you don't want more yards or more towing companies, what you can do is request only one company at a yard, where it has to be the same address. So the same address keeps one yard. And if you have another company in the same yard, then obviously you won't be able to open a new business license, right? So that's the only thing I want to give to you guys. Like, if you are going to do it this way, where you don't want a lot of companies and you don't want more companies, the best thing to do is, hey, this address, this is what Orem's doing, because we're in Orem. If you have this address, then this company can be here and you cannot have another company. And if there's going to be another company, it has to have a different lot, which a different address, which if that's something that you're thinking of. Because I just think that it's not fair for only like 5 companies to be here, but the other ones who want to be here, like you guys, no, we don't want them. We only want this. But you can place other rules. You can see what else you can do to have at least the 8 companies that you guys used to have, or other companies. Like, it cannot be just favoritism where we only want to be here and only us, where you're not putting any other company in because the other companies don't want anyone. Like, if you want to make a rule, make it for everyone, where, okay, we'll let you be in this yard, but you won't have any other companies. If what you don't want is like Provo. If you don't want that location looking like Provo, it's totally fine. Just do it where you have rules, and if you have a yard, you're not gonna have this other yard. So that's my point of view. And I think I had another one, but I forgot. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. I appreciate it.
That was a good point.
And I forgot to ask this, neglected to ask this, but and I guess B's already come and gone. But is the applicant here for Okelberry? Are they?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to item C still? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin, seconded by Councilman Marshall. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're back up here for item C. Any questions after public hearing from the council on this?
I do like the location of the prior one more than this one. I don't love how close this one is to our entrance to Spanish Fork as you come off the freeway. And I do have concerns, which were shared by Councilman Marshall, I think, of if this were to grow, and I think, Mayor, you shared the same thing. I would be concerned if this were to get any larger than that. So I do agree that there should look at ways to prevent that in the future.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm curious. Do you know how we got image number 2 there? Was that taken from the freeway? Or was that taken from a drone?
That was taken from Google Street View.
So from the freeway? Okay.
Yeah, so that was from the freeway off-ramp, and I take that off-ramp every single day that I come into work, and I try and spot it just as I'm kind of driving by. It's really hard to spot.
Yeah.
So
From a
unless
car,
you're
you can't see
staring
over
at
that.
it or you're walking there, you're not going to see it.
That's good to know.
You can't see
but
over
one-
that barrier from a car.
One other thing, so going back to the heavy-duty towing, that was brought up, that was part of their original statement as far as their plans for operating, was to include heavy-duty towing. It was staff and DRC discussions where we kind of brought that up as a topic for discussion of whether or not that's something that might weigh a recommendation as far as this application is concerned.
Thank you. Makes sense. I think that's an important point that Councilman Marshall brought up there, the Google Street View that's probably reaching up and over the median of regular cars that you're probably not seeing it.
You can't see down that right.
If it's spread out further from the freeway, you start to see it.
Yeah, you're almost in a semi at that height going across there, right? You're not looking over that barrier from a car. But nonetheless, it's still, the concerns are still there. At some point, you're going to see it if it gets big enough.
Yeah, if it grew.
This is an interesting conversation. It feels the last person that spoke. We really need to be careful about making sure we have rules and limits and let businesses figure out how to manage them.
100%.
Because right now, you say no because you don't like the location, but do you not like the company too? Like, it's a slippery slope on, because these can be carved out in such a small area, and you could literally have 50 of them. And when do you stop?
Yeah. And I think that's where, if we're going to make it a little bit easier for impound lots to come in, is where we have to, from a city standpoint, right? Because we do we do use these
sure.
businesses quite often, that we have to have good guardrails in place or good policies that make it so that we are determining where we're going to or who we're going to use, and if there's a limitation there, because then it takes away that favoritism for one business to another, and it takes that out of play, because we shouldn't be picking winners and losers.
Right.
Like, we should just be putting into to act a policy that makes sense.
I will say this and put it on public record. It does bother me a little bit as a member of the council when an applicant requests and puts something on the agenda and then nobody from that applicant is here to speak on it. So just wanted to put that out there.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
One other thought, just in terms of, we're talking about companies and we're talking about sites. I think we've made an effort, and I think we've done a good job as staff. We're not talking about companies.
You are not.
Right.
That is correct.
We're talking about land use and sites, and kind of by way of fielding each proposal so that it stands on its own merit. The findings that we've included that you consider, things like the property size, is it highly visible? Is access limited? Is it defective in some way, so somebody's not going to want to build a Class A office building on it, or put a manufacturing facility there, use the property for part of that type of a thing. Again, regardless of who we're talking to, that would be our focus as we're just looking at the site characteristics.
Yeah, good point. Thank you for pointing that out. I will say, go ahead, Manager.
No, go ahead, and I do want to add a thought as well.
Mine in just the general thing, and I think it's just reiterating what's already been said. I like item B's location better than the discussion we're having with item C, just in general. Because
I like, to that point, B is 13,000 square feet.
Yep.
C is 6,000 square feet.
Yep.
It's tiny.
Yep.
It's a postage site stamp
Yep.
in the back corner of a heavily used facility.
Yep.
A lot of trucks on it.
It feels way different than the first proposal we looked at. In my,
Yep.
I don't know how to articulate my feeling in that point, but it does feel different.
Somebody might be able to, like an applicant, might be able to help shed some light there.
That's
True.
Kevin's
True
point.
that.
I think that something Dave said is super important, that at this point, as staff's reviewed it, and I think even as you're reviewing it, you're not considering the end user as much as you are the land use. I think it is important that we maintain for, I think, the police department and then eventually community development as they go through this, that they have still whatever the discretion has been as they create their rotations and do their reviews, make sure that the companies that they're using have been doing good things. I think the industry, and based on maybe some of the things that have been shared here, I think the industry can find a way to get around some of the pun intended roadblocks that may be put in place. You don't want this, you don't want that. Somebody's going to create some way to get around it. And so if there is an interest to say, we only want to have one business here. We haven't contemplated that. We haven't thought about that. But if that's something you want to direct us to do, we can certainly look at that and bring that back. But at the end, I want to make sure that Chief Johnson knows he's got the discretion to keep doing what he's been doing, because I don't want him ever to feel like, well, they've got a lot here or have the ability to put a lot here. Now I must put them into my rotation. Right. Because if there's a bad actor, which there are some, and he's in the middle of working through some challenges with a bad actor in the south part of the valley, I don't want him to put that person in the rotation if they're a bad actor, right? And so I think it's been really clear as I'm listening to you. You're looking at the land use and not the other, but I want to make sure that Chief Johnson knows clearly, regardless of what we do here, keep doing what you're doing. Is that fair to say from what you guys would? Direction you would add for him as well.
Okay, council, good discussion, good questions. I'd entertain a motion for item C.
I'm going to give it a crack, and you guys can yea or nay. I move to disapprove the proposed ordinance for the Okelberry Impound zoning map amendments based on the finding that the size is too small and the location is undesirable for this type of use. Can I say that, Vaughn? Does that work?
Motion made by Councilman Marshall.
A second.
Second by Councilman Euler. This is a roll call vote. Councilman Marshall.
Hold on.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Mayor,
Sorry.
just a
Discussion
question on the motion. The motion is to disapprove, correct? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Or deny.
Deny.
Another way to say that.
Thank you.
He was reading approve, and he just went with the dis before the
did.
approve, but it could be
Just
denied.
making sure I heard it correctly.
It's my Spanish for Dawn education.
I
That's why.
like it. We'll go this way. Any
Yes.
discussion on the roll call vote. Councilman Marshall. Councilwoman Beck.
No.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
And Councilman Took.
Yes.
Okay. That passes to deny. That passes.
Correct.
The motion to deny.
Motion is denied.
Yep.
Or the motion passes. The
To deny.
Let's see how complex we can make this.
The proposal is.
I made
denied.
that complicated, but I did it because I want to put the findings in there, so I apologize.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate everyone's questions and the public's involvement there, and
I never
good
thought
council
that would
discussion.
be a conversation today. Like, when you look at the agenda, just like,
I
it's
know,
gonna be
right?
simple. And it's way more complicated.
Yeah.
Good discussion there.
Good discussions.
Okay, we're going to item D. This is ordinance for the
Oh, Corey.
construction standard drawing, ST 503.
I'm kidding.
Shane was a little excited for that.
There's a cross-section in front of us.
There is a
How can you
cross-section.
not be excited about that?
Yeah. So this is our local road street cross-section, ST 503, I believe. And there's just a note addition here. In some cases where, in fact, I'll just read the paragraph and then show, or the note and then show an example. This would give, thank you, Jack. This would give the city engineer some authority to make some minor adjustments. So the city engineer may waive the required park strip and sidewalk in multifamily residential developments where homes are rear-loaded, or meaning the garages are in the back, feature a minimum of 20-foot driveway and have sidewalks located in the front of the homes. Does that make sense? Any questions before I show an example? Okay. This is actually, I gave a little snapshot because I didn't want to get stuck on other details in a development. We'll look maybe at more detail later, but in this case, if the laser pointer will work, I'm on this side. Okay. This street would be a public street. However, the homes front this center courtyard have sidewalk. I would expect neighbors to visit each other from there. And then on the backyards, we see those sidewalks go in. It is something we have to maintain, but they aren't used because it's just garage faces. So this would give the ability, if it meets these conditions, for the city engineer to allow something like this. One thing to note, as Planning Commission reviewed this, they talked about the 20-foot driveway. That's something staff recommended because that's the requirement in the zone, and we were just matching. They talked about we don't want vehicles hanging out into the roadway, and perhaps a longer driveway makes sense. I think there was 25 discussed. That's certainly a possibility. 20 foot's hard with the trucks we seem to like to drive.
I thought Mayor just said we don't drive trucks.
Some, yeah.
We drive trucks.
We drive short trucks, but 25 may be long. Our parking stalls aren't quite that long. Somewhere in between might be good. As I say, engineering was comfortable with 20, just matching, but certainly some discretion to avoid big vehicles hanging out into the road might be something we need to consider. So that's the change on the cross-section, just that note with some flexibility. Staff's recommending we approve that.
I'm not sure I'm clear.
Yeah.
Are you clear? Are you guys clear?
No.
20-foot driveway.
Okay. So I'm glad Jesse's not. I feel better. So the road that says street on it,
yeah,
at the bottom, that
is a public road.
Will not have
doors.
Okay.
So example, the road on the left that's kind of cut off with that purple line.
Yeah.
That's where the
in
front
this
door
case,
is.
that would be Main Street.
And no,
with the fronts of the homes, the front door where you'd expect people to
You'd have a park strip, you'd have
facing
sidewalks
that way
there.
with landscaping as we see it. The challenge in the back is you have driveways, and again, maybe I have to come over here to point. You end up with these narrow park strips that are really hard to landscape, and then you throw a sidewalk with an 8-foot planter, and you might have a 5-foot wide by 8-foot spot that is difficult. They don't get maintained well.
So the proposal is to give city engineers the opportunity to say that they don't have to have that.
It gives the ability to say, you know what, the sidewalk is located out front of the homes and not our traditional 8-foot planter, 5-foot sidewalk.
Why would we want to do it that way instead of doing it during the plot approval or that process?
Absolutely could. The thought from staff was, did we want city council to be thinking about minor adjustments on sidewalks? But absolutely, if you guys want that discretion, that's absolutely fine. If it feels like you're going to see a lot of these, and do we really need to talk about moving the sidewalk a little bit? I think that's your discretion.
Which, incidentally, by way of the process, it would be with a preliminary plat proposal or maybe a site plan. That's when this would come into play.
Yep.
So we might report to the council as we're presenting a proposed preliminary plat that on this street you'll see there's no park strip and no sidewalk because it's a it's a rear loaded kind of home, and the park strip and sidewalk are on the other side, and
But
in those
certainly-
situations you'd have the ability to say yes or no.
So the process would happen before it comes for a preliminary plot approval, not after that. So after that, they would have to have whatever sidewalks, whatever things are in place. Because the way that this reads to me is that it would be at any time before a final plot approval is done, then they could waive it.
Let's talk through the process right fast.
Go ahead.
So,
Go ahead, Dave.
Corey, I apologize if I'm...
No, you're good.
With this change in place, when somebody starts to talk to us as staff about how to design a project, they could have a conversation with Corey. Today it's Corey that would make the call and say, hey, this is kind of how things are laying out. We see this opportunity here on this street to design to this standard with you waiving the park strip and the sidewalk. And depending on what Corey tells them, they could potentially design their project to take advantage of this. Or maybe if he said, no, I'm not going to support it for whatever reason, then they'd have to design it with the park strip and the sidewalk. And I would suggest that happened very early on in the process because it does affect lots of other things, just the geometry of how things would be designed. That then would be presented to the DRC, Planning Commission, just go through that regular process. But so this would not be something that we would want to spring on the council or anybody else, well down the road. Nor would it be something that somebody, for example, after a preliminary plat were approved, a developer would not be able to say, you know what, I've decided to take advantage of this provision, and even though there are sidewalks and park strips on the approved preliminary plat, I'm not going to do them. That would not be an option, right? They have to build according to that approved preliminary plat. I don't know if that's helpful, but that's how I think this would come into play.
I think often the discussions of this would be almost a concept level in the office, saying, we'd like to build this, perhaps it's tight on space, perhaps other things are in place that would need those discussions very early. But certainly the council has discretion to direct the city engineer any way they want, right?
It seems to me like in these kind of developments too, our goal is to get people out of the driveway and road and walking on a sidewalk where it's safer.
Yeah. Versus, on the back, again, people backing in and out
Right.
in corridors. But
It seems like a safer option to me.
But the neighborhood feel is part of it too, right?
True.
If I go on my walk and it's garage doors versus perhaps a front porch, again, that's kind of, often we've seen in these sidewalks on both sides, and the ones along the rear aren't utilized much.
They're parked in.
I think
They are parked in, yeah, is probably a good point.
The other important thing would be the connectivity between the sidewalks connecting everyone. So if someone's out on a walk, they could connect. This is a really zoomed in picture,
Yeah.
but I'm sure, in a normal neighborhood, you could see where, okay, that sidewalk's going to connect over here, and you can.
And that was some of the reason of picking this point of,
Right.
can this neighbor get to
Right.
the across the street neighbor, but
Where the park is or
knock
something.
on the garage door or find a path to get to the front door. So this provides some flexibility to create that. But
So I think it's finally clicked for me here. You have, this is the sidewalk, right?
Yep.
This is the back where there's no sidewalk.
Yep.
What's this business up in here? This is where I was looking and I could not figure that out. Is this the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like in the middle of the road.
And there's another road. Perhaps I should have zoomed out, but
It's like a green area.
So this is, you're entering over here?
No.
That's the garage.
that's where
door.
you drive and park your car.
Over here.
There's no door on that side.
That's
Door.
in between the houses.
Where's the, oh, I got you. Get out of it. That's a driveway right there.
Is this an
Correct.
engineer drawing?
If you want to go forward, got it.
We should have
trying
put some
to-
color.
I do bridges and roads, not.
You'll see this in the Creekside development that's here.
Okay.
I didn't want to put the full Creekside in and
No,
kind
I
of start
saw
talking
that.
about other issues in the development or concerns.
I'm
And
just gonna sit here.
anyway,
Yeah.
but we could pull up and see a
Spending my
broader view
words
if that helps.
No, it makes
This is
sense.
a public hearing, right? This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Is
Any
this
questions
coming? Is this coming to the council today because of some suggestions or requests by, say, a developer, and the idea resonates with us as staff, or is this our idea? Where's
This
the
is
genesis of
something
this?
planning and engineering have
Yeah.
discussed. And,
for several months.
but
Two projects that we're working on right now. One, Creekside, we'll talk about that in a minute, and another one that we'll talk with you guys about in a month or so. And part of where I think this really becomes necessary is the city's commitment to having public streets. I really appreciate this perspective change to our public street standard, is that it does give some flexibility that makes doing projects with a certain type of housing feasible without doing, which one other way to look at this, considering that we have 5-foot sidewalks and 8-foot park strips. And when you have, for example, townhomes, although this could come into play with other things, that have 20-foot wide driveways, 18-foot wide garages, and they're stacked next to one another, that sidewalk obviously is concrete. The drive approach is concrete. The drive approach is concrete. And that's basically the park strip. So the effect of not having something like this is just 13 more feet of concrete on either side of the street. And that's just not hospitable. It's not a place people want to be. And I think that's a really inefficient way to use space. So having this in place would allow, just for that space to be used better. I want to mention something really quickly about the 20-foot depth issue. We have as our standard on a number of different things, a minimum driveway depth of 20 feet. And to put that into a little bit more context, our parking stall depth, the minimum depth requirement in a parking lot for a parking stall is 18 feet. So we're in that ballpark, 18 to 20, and that seems to work pretty well in most cases. That being said, I think it was astute of the Planning Commission to point out that there are vehicles that are pushing 20 feet and people don't park with their bumper up against their garage door and that type of a thing. So I think it's appropriate to consider something greater than 20 feet to use as the number here. Personally, I think 25 feet might be going a little too far. So we've talked with some developers looking at this, and maybe 22 feet might be another number that's worth considering. So thank you for letting me mention that as well.
You're the engineer. What do you think?
I think the other note about the driveway is we didn't want units and garages to be right up against the road like you would see in an alley. And then public snow plows going down and worried about garage doors and such. So in this case, if it were allowed, that space to do the snow removal and public services without damaging private property is important to us as well.
I think Dave makes a good point there. If you're making if you're making a change here, you can go through the multifamily units, and 20 feet is going to make it tight right against your garage. 22 feet is just going to give you a little bit of room to walk in the front of your vehicle to the garage and still not be out in the road. So I think it's a good recommendation. Thank you, Corey. I'd entertain a motion to go to public hearing for this item.
Move that we go into public hearing.
Motion made by Councilman Euler.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item D. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this one? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Euler.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Discussion back up here for the ordinance for the construction standard drawing ST 503.
Corey, how wide is a typical sidewalk?
5 foot.
5 foot. And then a parking strip is how wide?
8 feet is what we currently have in our standards.
So currently, if we have a 20-foot driveway, then we have a 5-foot sidewalk, and then we have 8 feet of an entrance to that driveway because of that parking strip. So if we were to make it 25 feet, I'm using that number, we would still be eliminating 8 feet of potential concrete, correct? My feelings on this would be, I think that I'm comfortable with it, especially with the way that it was explained, with that it would come before us during the preliminary plot approval, not necessarily at some point in some arbitrary time, because that's the way I read it originally. I do think that 25 feet would make me more comfortable with it, not because of the fact that I think it's a magic number. It's just, I feel like in our townhome projects that this would be used in, oftentimes those driveways are used for parking a lot. And I think that a little bit of extra buffer would at least give some feeling of space between tenants. So that's where I would feel comfortable with this.
I would support you in that, Jesse.
I think we should make the road narrower and the driveways longer and utilize the space differently.
He likes small roads.
See what Lehigh's doing?
No.
Lehigh is, this is on KSL yesterday, I think I was going to send it to you. They are doing, I don't know if it's a 6-month study of narrowing certain roads to see how it affects traffic and other things for safety reasons.
Finally, someone's doing a study about it, not just guessing.
There's been plenty, but.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I think Councilman Cardin was somewhat working on a motion down there with his discussion of the item.
I'm good to make it if everyone's, I don't know if there's anybody other comments.
I'd entertain it.
I move to approve the ordinance for the construction standard drawing ST 503 with the condition of changing it from 20 feet to 25 feet.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin. It's a second by Councilwoman Beck. It's a roll call vote here. Councilman Cardin?
Yes.
Councilman Took?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
And Councilman Euler?
No.
Okay. Item D is approved with a 4-1 vote.
I'm good with 20 feet, but 25 feet's all right, I guess.
Okay. All right. Takes us to item E tonight in the public hearing agenda. This is the Creekside Village zoning map amendment. Council, everybody okay? Do you need a break? You guys good?
We're good.
Perfect.
Let's keep trucking.
Okay, David.
Welcome to the main event. So this is the Creekside Village proposal. That's a rezone and preliminary plat that would include a rezone to the R4 zone with an accompanying master plan development overlay. So you can see here it's along Main Street on the south end of the city. It's an aerial photo showing kind of the center portion of the site where there's an existing structure there, and previously there were some dirt bike tracks. I took some time yesterday to walk along the Spanish Fork River Trail, which I think is a wonderful amenity for the city. Pointed out some different locations where I took pictures to give an idea of what is currently existing on the east side of this site along the river. This is in the currently in the zoned rural residential with the mixed use land use designation. So this project involves 3 parcels. 1 is owned by the city, 2 are privately owned. Part of the discussions with this project that has been had with staff and the applicant is to exchange some property, with the property to the south being primarily in the floodplain, and then a lot of the property to the north being more outside of the floodplain, which would allow some more space for development there. There's a memo included in the staff report that kind of goes over the details of that, but it would involve an appraisal of the property and make sure that both the applicant and the city are benefiting equally with any transaction involved like this. So this is for the current development proposals for 169 units, 72 of which are 2-story townhomes, 92 being 3-story, with a density just under 13 residential homes per acre. You can see the 2 different elevations there, renderings that were provided by the applicant. The top being the 3-story, the other being the 2-story. So you can see the ones labeled in blue are the 2 stories on the southeast portion of the property, the 3 stories being located adjacent to Main Street. So there's a close look at the elevation showing the different types of architectural elements and materials and colors being used that go along with the requirements of the R4 zone. The picture on your left was provided by the applicant of basically the same type of architecture being used on a product in Lehigh. This has a much shorter front yard area than what would be shown with the Creekside development. There's the elevations of the 2-story with the different roof types and colors there. There's some requests for variations to the code that's being proposed by the applicant, primarily about some architectural requirements, one of which is the requirement for a maximum of 6 homes per building. They're proposing 8 for some of the properties there. So that was something that was brought up by in the discussion with the Planning Commission, to whether or not 8 units or 6 units would be appropriate along Main Street, and how it would impact the visibility in and out of that development. There's some amenities that are being shown on the plans with a swimming pool, 1,700 square foot clubhouse with bicycle maintenance areas because of the close proximity to the trails, some pickleball and some pickleball courts. There's some renderings of the swimming pool area shown right next to the 3-story townhomes. The pickleball courts, and I think this also shows kind of the look of having that the rear-loaded product, where you've got the front of those townhomes facing a walkway, landscaped area, and the amenities for the development. It kind of provides a nice area for the neighborhood as opposed to just walking along the street or walking along driveways that you would see on the other side. Landscape plans show street trees and landscaping throughout the development. There was also a garbage pickup plan that was also submitted and provided by the applicant. These are going to be owner occupied, and so they will all have individual cans for each residence. There is a portion of the property on the north there does lie just beyond the border of the city. We're working on an annexation to correct that so that the entire development would be within Spanish Fork City, so that would have to be handled prior to recording a final plat. Here's the plat showing the different units. This would have to be updated based on some of the most recent changes that were made as suggested by the Planning Commission. Quickly, just want to go back to the overall site plan. The applicant did talk a lot with the Planning Commission about the new street profile that you just reviewed with proposing the 25-foot wide driveway. They did include, I can't really see it, so in the top left corner, they are providing a 22-foot deep garage for parking, as well as showing the 22-foot deep driveway, and included some vehicles there to show how they could fit 2 trucks on each property. So I thought that was a pretty nice visual to include with this.
So David, real quick while you're on that, so with the change that we just approved, will this need to be adjusted? If it's 20 feet and you're saying they've got 22 feet for the driveway?
I don't know if the street design that they've proposed would fall under the variations to the code that could be approved with the master development.
I think it does.
So they'll need to make some adjustments.
Yeah.
Thank you, sorry.
Nope, that's all right. There was also the property owner to the east came and spoke at the Planning Commission meeting. There's some property that he owns on the other side of the river that he had concerns about connections and an agreement that was entered into for acquiring an easement. That's something that staff and the applicant had an opportunity to meet and discuss, and staff believes that we've met the obligations as part of that agreement. So that's something that we wanted to share with the council as part of their decision making. They also did add additional guest parking, roughly 40 additional stalls. The Planning Commission did feel like there was a lack of guest parking that weren't driveways, and so they reduced the number of units and included more spots for guest parking throughout the development. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
David, you mentioned that there are 169 units in what's being proposed today.
The current proposal is 169.
The Planning Commission asked that they increase parking, reduce unit count. What was the unit count that came before the Planning Commission?
The Planning Commission was presented with 172 units, and so the reduction came based on adding the additional guest parking. There was discussion there about having the 20-foot wide driveways also that was discussed here. So that hasn't been shown, so it'd have to be redrawn to see how that might impact the unit count and the density.
Okay.
I have a question. I know Planning Commission asked about moving it from 8-plex to 6. Is that shown in this rendering?
No.
Okay.
So it's hard to tell on the slide, but most of the units, probably 2/3 of the units along Main Street are still shown as 8-plexes. Okay. And then I think there's like a 5-plex and a 3-plex, and then there's some 6-plexes on the other side.
So that's just at our discretion, what we choose to do. They recommend 6, and we can choose 6 or 8. Okay. Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Quick question. I know that when a development of this nature had been in the same area before, one of the things that came up was developable, I think I said that right, land, because we have to take out the floodplain when we're looking at that. What does it fall into units per acre with that take into account?
So that's where you get the 12.9 units. That takes into account any areas that would be part of this development that are still within floodplain.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So previously they were showing, I think, around 14 units per acre.
I think the last one that came was like 30, right? When we had a difference of agreement, like the developer said it was 20.
Exactly.
We said it was 30.
Right.
Okay. Yep.
It's a lot less.
Yeah, a lot less.
Any other questions for David?
Not right now.
Thank you, David. Not right now. Before we open it up for public hearing, if the applicant's here, would have them come up and.
We don't want to be denied because the applicant's not here.
Yeah. Thanks for showing up.
Thank you, Mark.
Our pleasure. Mark Hampton. I don't know. Do you need my address? No address?
No
Okay,
address.
Mark Hampton. Thank you. Just as by introduction, Riley Jarrett is our architect. He's here. He's also been familiar with this area of your city because we worked on we call it the Fritzy property across the street it's been a few years ago, hasn't it, since we did that property over there. Also with us today is the larger landowner, our partner, Chris Millicum. We like to call him Motocross Chris, and he will be on the ballot for that. If we can get, I'm a county resident, and I'll sustain or validate that that's what I call him.
You got to get 4 more.
I got to get 4 more. I don't know if I can do that, but appreciate the chance to present this project to you. We've listened to the Planning Commission. This has been an ongoing process for us. We recognize that this piece of property is really quite unique, not only in your city, but in the county. I don't think there's anything like this. So we've tried to engage both the trails and the river, and also, if you can appreciate this, try to complement Main Street. I don't know if you kind of saw the architecture, and I'll have Riley talk a little bit about. Well, we call those units that face Main Street, we call them the brownstone units. We did a trial in Lehigh with some of those. That's the picture that you saw. It undulates a lot, and it represents kind of an old late 1800s type of architecture that would complement maybe some of the architecture that you find on Main Street. So we're
Where in Lehigh is that?
North of the rodeo grounds, just over the railroad tracks.
On their Main Street?
No, it's not on Main Street. It is in their Main Street code, though.
Okay.
They adopted that code into that area.
Thanks.
So it's their Main Street architectural code. That picture, David kind of pointed out, on our project here at Creekside, the fronts have a larger landscape and engagement. That's why we wanted to push the driveways as close as we can. We suggested 20, Planning Commission, and you just voted on 25. The reason we wanted to go to 22 was we fit the trucks, and we don't take away from some of the landscaping in the activation of the front yards of these units. That's where we want. Like you said, we don't see most of our residents playing in the street of the back driveway to these rear-loaded units. So we want to put some of that activation in the fronts. Along Main Street, it's quite, Riley, help me with we've worked with UDOT quite a bit to get the deceleration, the traffic studies and the deceleration, acceleration lanes appropriate, and the there's only 2 accesses that are approved along this frontage into these 2 properties. But what are the set?
35 feet from Main Street in front of the first ones.
35 feet from the property line? But that's not from Main Street, right?
No, that's from property line.
Property line. Then from property line out, it's another.
It's another, got that large trail plus the landscape area.
So when you're driving down Main Street, we're quite set back with a lot of landscaping. That's where we activate there and on the inside of the courtyards and stuff by the amenities. So that was our intent. What will happen now that you've passed 25 feet is that cross section for that road is that we'll push those back. We probably won't lose any units, but it will take away from our open green space on the inside of the campus that we're trying to protect. Activating our community with the surrounding amenities. I'm really excited about the bicycle repair shop inside the clubhouse. Pickleball courts, that's kind of a swear word in some places. sometimes we have residents that want to buy a unit right next to the pickleball courts, and sometimes they don't want to be anywhere near the pickleball courts. It's up to you if you like that noise or not. One of the things I wanted to point out to you, though, is, and we're passionate about, is we're trying to put all these things together, is the affordability. I don't know if you saw the recent studies that Natalie Gochner just published in right there in Utah today. I think we're number 8 in the nation as the most expensive residential state. I mean, we're up there by Hawaii and other states, and so we like this community. We don't think we studied extensively the one that was denied previously to Chris buying the property. We think that was the best thing you could have done, is deny that. I think we've got a nice common ground density with some activation of both Main Street and the parks, and we're making these affordable for people. I don't know if you are like me, and I know I'm probably boring you, but I have 2 sons. Well, I have one son that moved to Texas because he couldn't afford, well, he could afford to be here, but he can buy a bigger house, bigger yard. It's just not affordable here in Utah. So this is our attempt to make things a little more affordable here in Utah. I'm going to let you talk about parking. Is that okay, Riley?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Riley Jarrett with Jarrett Architecture. So the parking we listened to the Planning Commission. We went through, they were also concerned not only that we were counting all of the driveways as visitors, but also that we didn't have it distributed well amongst the site. So we did 2 things. We added 40 additional stalls, and then we added it further on the south. So we have a pretty good collection of parking from the south and through the middle, and especially around the amenities where we feel like a lot of people will be using it. So we have a total of, I can't even read my own numbers on this thing. It's like 768 stalls. Oh, 761 stalls. Oh, yeah, there you go. Perfect. The minimum for this development based on the units was 508, so we have more than the minimum by far. Visitor stalls, we have exactly what's required. We have now 85 separate from the driveway. And then, as you can see, we have 338 garage and 338 in the driveways. So we have ample parking throughout the site now. I think we addressed that fairly well from the Planning Commission comments. On that last site plan, our latest one, we did actually already increase the driveways to 22 feet, so we have shown what it would be. And like Mark said, if we go to 25, we'll just have to widen that more and eat into some of that green space by the amenities. And then we're also, we moved the trail. We used to have trails going through the neighbor's property. We moved those. We have there 2 good trail connections, one on the north, one on the south. And then we've also provided the public access to the neighbor that was required. So we have the full drive access there. You can see on the top of the screen there to the east neighbor. So those are kind of the 4 to 5 major things. And then the last part that the Planning Commission discussed was the 8-plex versus 6-plex. So we've looked at that, and we've done some different studies kind of architecturally, and we've done perspective views looking down this main street. And honestly, you can't tell a difference between where an 8 and a 6 stops. If we did a row of 6s, we did a row of 8s, you can't tell where the break in the buildings is because our buildings have so much articulation in them. We have those units popping in and out to make sure they're not just one flat row of buildings. So we feel that you're not really gaining a lot. And I don't know if it was Planning Commission kind of thinking we would just have more green space in between each building, but obviously if we go to 6s, we're just going to have those smaller setbacks in between every building. We're not going to be adding parking in there or anything. So that's the only way to make an efficient site work. So we've taken that into consideration, looked at it. I don't think you get the wide open green space from changing to 8 to 6s. So, and then yeah, as you can, I guess you can't really see that parking exhibit, but we are able to park full-size trucks inside and in our units. We make sure they have that depth to them. And then also in the driveways with the 22-foot gives you enough room for full 1-ton trucks and everything. So, yeah, that was the other thing. So you can kind of see here, it's kind of hard to see, but we do have trails wrapping every single building in between every 8-plex, 6-plex, 5-plex, whatever it is. So we have trails connecting this entire site, so it's very walkable. And it is very engaging for all of the units on the better side of the green side with the front doors. Less, it keeps residents, it's safer, keeps them away from the the driveways and the cars, obviously. So if you can see the trails, they wrap around and they all interconnect to each other, and then also to the amenities, and then also to the trail system. So it's all one large kind of web of trails. So we feel like we've listened to all the comments and tried to address them all the best we could. So that's where we're at.
I might add about just so you understand about the 8 plexes, the 6 plexes. We can do 6-plex units. You just have more little openings. It doesn't reduce units. It makes it more cost effective if we can build them out of 8. Then we can charge less when we sell them. Does that make sense? So we can add some more walkways, but it just takes 3 8s and make another 6, and it just makes one more alleyway. But that's why we left them with 8. Plus that picture that we showed of the existing ones, of the ones that we built. I don't know that you can tell with the undulation if there's a break in those buildings at all anyway, because it's not meant on a main street to have big open spaces that you look through, trying to keep that private on the inside. And so the openings will be just set back by code. Any questions I can answer? I know we just bored you to death.
Questions for Mark before we go to public hearing?
I'll wait until after the public hearing.
Okay,
Yep.
sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Took,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item E, the Creekside Village zoning map amendment. Anybody that would like to come up and speak, please give Tara your name. Sorry, I said at the beginning of this meeting it was going to be just a minute. I meant just a couple hours. I apologize. Long-winded councilman.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm okay now. My seat's sore, but I'm okay.
Okay, thank you.
Just kidding.
Tell us your name again.
My
I'm
name
sorry.
is Julianne Burton Curtis.
Julianne.
And first off, I want to thank Dave Anderson and each of you city council members for just taking the time to, be a part of the citizens of the community and the importance of their views and ideas, and appreciate that very much. Also, I want to let Mark and Chris know that I respect all the hard work and the things that they're doing and have done for, the things that they just showed you on the screen. So I am here to just share some thoughts and visions about that piece of property. I've kept my eyes on it for some time, and I've seen it go through a few developers and their projects, and I just want to put a few things out here to think about in relation to this piece of property and how the impact of that is to our community, to our city. And so let me a few of my concerns is on the one side, the east side, we've already got high-rise condos there. And on this side now, we're going to have more high-rise condos, which is starting to, I feel, close in the whole entrance into the south end of Spanish Fork. I don't like that feeling. I like the country, I like the heritage, I like the horses, I like that kind of a feel still being kept. And I feel like there's so much development going on. We're going to get condos and condos and condos here over the years. We will get them. There will be land for those. But this piece of land does not come around very often. And I believe there's a purpose for that land that could really complement Spanish Fork City and the community. And so I just want to share that really quick. Also, the road on the one side and then the river on the other side, if you get young families in there with little kids, parents can't always watch their kids 24/7, and that river is going to be a real fun place for kids to want to go play. So those are some concerns as well. I ride that trail a lot, and I love to just know that I still feel like I'm on the trail without the city right beside me or all the housing. So that's another concern of getting too much density, even though it's still less density than we've had in the past. So I just want to share quickly, and I'm running out of time, but I want to share quickly just the idea and thought that I think could really serve that property very well. And that would be and I would love if the developers wanted to look at this idea and do this with this property, and then we take the 172 units and put it on another property and still make a lot of money. So they can be a win-win there and a win-win for the community and for the city. But here's the thought. It's a River's Edge retreat and lodge. And I think it would be perfect to have this here in our city environment, bring a little bit of that tourism and that atmosphere. And so just to share that, it would be like a big lodge, rustic main lodge for dining and events. Can I keep going? Thank you.
You can finish.
And that capacity could be according to whatever is decided through the city. But commercial kitchen and serving line for catered events or do-yourself use, indoor and outdoor seating areas with river views, fireplace lounge and breakout space, rental available with or without catering services. The heritage cabins would be however many units we could put on that property within code. Each cabin themed after a notable figure from the ancient frontier, American frontier, like Sitting Bull, Annie Oakley, Buffalo Bill, Sacagua, Crazy Horse, Davy Crockett, Calamity Jane, etc. Sleeps 8 to 10 people, private bathroom, kitchenette, climate control, rustic decor, outdoor fire pit and picnic table. Outdoor recreation and event grounds that could have picnic groves with tables, benches, and covered pavilions, designated campfire pits near cabins and gathering zones, large open field for group activities, lawn games, and sport courts. The outdoor recreation rental facility, rentals for water gear, kayaks, paddleboards, fishing kits, land gear, mountain bikes, snowshoes, games, relay kits, volleyballs, team building kits. All of these kinds of things would promote recreation. We have the other part of this is that whole south end of recreation of the city is really got a strong recreation theme. We've got the fairgrounds, which is one of the best ones in the United States. We've got the new rec center coming in. We've got the ball fields. And I think to just finish off our city with something like this, and I'll share more of that, but I think it would keep the flow. It would keep an ambience of drawing people in. The target market for this could be corporate clients, off-site retreats, team building strategy sessions, families and friends with reunions, celebrations, holidays, community groups, clubs, local organizations, outdoor events, event organizers for weddings, educational camps, wellness retreats, vacationers and travel, nature travelers, short-term cabin rentals via Airbnb. It all flows right into the river trails. And so there is a revenue stream on this. We've kind of done some numbers. There's marketing strategy. There are all these things that, we don't really need to take time for right now, but could be a future discussion. But I see a lot of a need for this kind of thing because the more housing we're bringing in, we need more of this to offset that and balance that. And I think that where we're located with this piece of property allows people coming in as they come in. They're right there to Main Street. The rodeos, when they show up, we have access to all of that immediately. They don't have to find their way around from an outside piece of property to come in and be a part of the community. So that's something there. But what I did...
Julianne, if you have pages of it, we could certainly get a copy from you too. If you'd like.
I do have pages of that, and I also, which gives you more of the detail that I don't think we should take time for today, but I have something that I did a impact study, and I'll give each of you a copy so as we go through it we can see that.
Okay, thank you.
I think have you got one? Nope.
I think so. Thank you.
Can you give us a summary of it in a minute, and we can read through it when we have time?
Yeah. So if you look at this, so the question is, what will the impact be on the community of Spanish Fork City comparing a River's Edge retreat and lodge development on 15 acres at 1527 South Main, Spanish Fork, versus a 172 condo unit development on the 15 acres in Spanish Fork in relation to the Spanish Fork City heritage, culture, and long-term vision for Spanish Fork City. So what this is we took AI. AI is becoming quite a great tool these days, but we took AI and we put in the Spanish Fork City website. We put in the development 172 condo unit development concept. We put in the business plan that we just briefly shared with you and came out with this exact printout and a comparison. So On the right side, you see, and then you've got the two different development concepts. So just to get through a couple of these for an example, alignment with Spanish Fork heritage and culture. How does a retreat and lodge align with that? Strong alignment celebrates the American frontier and indigenous history with heritage-themed cabins and events. Reinforces Spanish Fork's pioneer and rural legacy. 172-unit condo development, weak alignment, high density. Condos do not reflect the rural, family-oriented, or heritage-rich identity of Spanish Fork. Community engagement. How does a retreat and lodge affect that? Offers community-accessible spaces, parks, trails, event hosting, supporting local gatherings, festivals, and public recreation. 172-unit condo development primarily serves private residents, limited to no community access or public cultural events. Land use character.
Thank you, Julianne. We'll get at this in the public
you read
record.
that, and then
for
I
you.
just wanted to share something that's not on there, because there was also a financial impact comparison, and here's just little sentences on that. While the 172-unit condo development provides higher short-term financial benefits through property taxes and impact fees, the River Ranch offers sustainable, long-term economic value. This includes recurring tax revenues, job creation, and support for Spanish Fork's tourism and cultural identity. So that basically sums that up.
Thank you.
In a short version. So just wanted to leave that thought and idea, because I think that we could do something really powerful and beautiful with that property, and we could still have 172 condo unit development. If we could maybe, put that somewhere else as well, and just make a win-win with the whole concept of both of these concepts. So
Thank you, Julianne. Appreciate you. Thank you. Still in public hearing. Anybody else from the public that would like to speak to?
if it would be possible to maybe hold off on the decision of the 172 unit and just take more time to think and reflect on these two things, and then come back around and make a final decision at some point.
Thank you. Thank you, Julianne. Appreciate that. Anybody else from the public that would like to speak to item E?
You ever had to speak at church after the nursery just sung? That's kind of the public comment, I guess, bar was just raised. I maybe give you a look. Andrew Kelly, again, sorry. I think I looked over there last time. I apologize. I'll give you a little bit of an insight into more of my weirdness. I've spent many nights walking around cities in Europe, old cities, admiring buildings. I don't know if you've ever seen a building they've gutted and they've gone to the extra care of just supporting the facade at the front because it's so special and so beautiful. I don't think we really have anything like that in our city that we'd protect, apart from next door. I think we would do that. That's a beautiful building. So when a developer actually wants to do something that I think actually looks beautiful, especially on Main Street, I have to support. I'm not against what the young lady, what the lady said there, but this looks really beautiful to me. We have a lot of eyesores on Main Street, the 7-Eleven, Quick Quack. I mean, that's going to be the alternative, right? A service station, a car wash. I mean, come on. This is on Main Street. This will look good. I know Main Street's still a highway, probably going to be a highway through my lifetime, but I think at some point it will be Main Street. And this, I think, is a good step to it. Hey, you could appease the public by putting a boardwalk by the river and stuff like that. I think it'd be beautiful.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public for item E? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, second by Councilman Cardon. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Discussion back up here for item E, the Creekside Village zoning map. Questions, council members, or staff, or the applicant?
Yes. I'll go and start with a couple. Thank you.
Yes, are those things.
Yeah, who's going to start, right? Main event. And Julianne, you can just stay right there. I just had a quick question for you. By the way, thank you for reaching out personally and having a good conversation about your interests. I appreciated that personal touch. My one question is, though, is with your idea, your proposal, I mean, is this something you could do now? Like, could you do this sort of a fun project, right, with these recreational usage of this area? Or is it realistically not something that you're to that place where you could move on that, if that makes sense? Okay, thank you. I had a couple questions for you guys, if I could ask. Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't remember your names.
Mark and Riley.
Mark and Riley.
Got just a morning show.
Catchy names for that, yeah. I just had a couple questions, and I wanted to check with. So as far as this development goes, there's the 2 entry points, right? Entry, exit.
Onto Main Street, yes.
On Main Street, I'm sorry, yeah. So with cars, coming in and out, is there space for them to move over? Will it slow down traffic on Main Street?
Yeah, UDOT had us do a study, and they've required us to do acceleration and deceleration lanes all the way across the frontage. The requirement wasn't to go all the way across because its length is too long for both, but because if we brought it back out for the deceleration and acceleration lanes, it would only be a little bump in Main Street, so they asked us to go straight across. So that's as per UDOT's approval.
And one follow-up question to that. Very good, thank you.
And by the way, so just so you know, we have to dedicate that to UDOT, right? That and improve it for them. And then we have Dave. I'm either Dave squared. Then we have Monster Trail, 15 feet. Or what's the width of the trail along Main Street? Does anybody remember? 10. Okay, so it wasn't that big.
12-foot marks. Yeah, so it's a lot of space.
And then we get to our property line that we've now given back, and then we have a wrought iron fence, and then we have how much? 38 feet, 35 feet. And so we're set back quite a ways.
Will that 35 be reduced because of the driveway lengths?
It might have to. Yeah, we're trying. You can understand what we're trying to do with that drive.
Absolutely.
We don't want kids and people in the driveways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you get them wider, people walk down, and it causes hazards. So anyway, yes.
2 quick questions, just one
Please.
follow-up to that one.
Please.
As far as parking on Main Street goes, do we know if that's possible? Is that going
There's
to be
no parking along Main Street on an acceleration, deceleration.
At all,
They won't
right.
allow it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. My last question, for now at least, is looking at the location, or the visitor spots within the development.
Yes.
It just seemed, I wish I had a laser pointer. There's the 2 longer rows, and there's no visitor spots really close by. I'm just curious, maybe I'm missing it, but I don't.
But we would say that the visitor parking would. So most residents here are going to park in the garages, maybe in the driveway. So every residence has 4 stalls. We would count the driveway as 2 visitor stalls, maybe 1. So
like, sorry, right here. And
but then the other ones we try to focus around the amenities. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I was thinking if I lived in that long row, for example, and I have visitors, the parking's a little bit. It seems like it's a little bit distant, but I guess they'd walk through some buildings, right?
They park in the driveway and walk over to walk through the. That was our intent. Okay. So just so you know, the one that we
buildings, right?
The one that we have in Lehigh, we have 18 feet from the back garage door of asphalt to our curb, and there's no driveway. There's only 2 parking stalls in the garage, and we have 3 visitor stalls in the back, and we don't have we have, in our opinion, with the brownstone style, we have plenty of parking.
Okay.
That's our opinion, but I mean, we exceed, I don't know how many we exceed the code by, but 300 stalls.
Well, that's with counting driveway and garage, right?
That's what the code allows, yes.
Right. But our code doesn't allow you to count both, correct, Dave?
No, it does.
It does.
It allows you to count both 2 parking spots for a garage and 2 in tandem?
Yeah, it's a little bit unique.
It is. It lets you count that. Matter of fact, Dave, I'm sorry. I'll let you take, just so you know, we did some studies over the last 10 years. This will be overparked by anything you've approved in the city. Right. More parking than anything.
Planning Commission is always quick to point out that not every parking stall in the garage space gets used. Dave, will you turn on your mic?
Thank you. So our Planning Commission is quick
quick to point out that not every parking space in a garage gets used. Nonetheless, we count those by way of, if you have a housing type like this where you have a 2-car garage and you have a driveway that's big enough and 20 feet of depth is enough for us to say you can park 2 cars in the driveway, then you don't need any additional guest parking. So the numbers then become a little different as we look at it that way. Now, that being said, we could probably say that, well, you know, a 1,400 square foot clubhouse or whatever is going to require a certain amount of parking and that sort of a thing as well. But as far as our code is concerned, this project does meet the parking requirements.
Right. And even if we were to take that, I was just going to point out that you're not wrong in what you're saying, that you have a lot of parking, in the fact that if you take the numbers without the tandem parking, you still have enough parking.
That's correct. That's correct.
Which I think is important to note. One of the comments I do have is I don't love we'll call it the island of visitor parking at the planned north side next to the river. It's actually towards the east, right next to the river, right in there in the middle by the pickleball courts, it looks like, or clubhouse maybe.
Right, that's where we picked up most of our additional stalls after the Planning Commission told us.
My personal opinion, as we look through it, I think that I would look to try to space those out somewhere else. I don't, like visitor parking, like in that area, I don't see that many visitors parking there. What I do see is tenants being maybe parking that 3rd or 4th car there, and it gets left. Obviously, you'll have HOA and different things to be able to police
HOA
that,
won't allow that,
but that's something to think about.
Jesse, I would ditto that. I had made a note that I watched the planning and commission meeting, and I appreciate you guys adding so many stalls. I do think it's needed, but I agree with Jesse. I would just say disperse them more. I have kids that live in townhomes, and if I was going to, let's say, a party or something down on the right-hand side, that's a long walk. So I would also suggest just splitting up the parking a little bit more throughout.
I feel like we maybe need to make a clarification. Like, we're not giving feedback today. We're doing an approval. So if you want to make, I don't know how you want to make that part of an approval. If you want to say we aren't going to approve it until you make some of these changes. But this isn't the concept where we're giving feedback and he's going to go away and come back. He's looking for an approval tonight.
But that would be during our preliminary plat, right, on new business?
Sure. Okay. Either way, cool. Right? But so if you want to give him feedback and you expect him to make changes to it, then you might want to say we're going to table it. We'll table one or both of them. We've satisfied the public hearing requirement. Gotcha. And then say, these are things we're concerned about, and then tell him to come back. Or if you want to dialogue with him a little bit more on how, if those are concerns that the body has, completely, then
I guess, yeah,
but
that's a good point.
Just be aware, you're not. This isn't, I think, a setting where if you say, "Hey, we want you to make this change," and then you approve the preliminary plat, my guess is he's not going to make any changes after that, based on the feedback. I don't know. I don't want to speak for you.
I think I might.
Okay, well then I'll.
Based on that, Seth, with the Planning Commission having recommended that the units that face Main Street be changed to 6-plexes, but what we're seeing are still the 8-plexes. What is it we would be approving tonight? Are we approving what we see here?
8-plex
You're still asking for 8. They recommended 6, but you're still asking for 8. Okay,
yeah,
so that's what would be.
And that's because of our studies that we saw. We don't think it. Yeah.
It may be along those lines, and this is from my understanding, and Mark and Riley, they've made a lot of changes in the last, it was less than a week that we gave them to make changes before we could have things ready for your agenda. So maybe I'm catching up a little bit here, but as far as the plat is concerned, you've added the guest parking, but other than that, the building locations.
The road to 22 feet.
Added driveway depth to go to 22.
And then the trail moves. The asphalt road to Mr. McHale and the access to the public park on the north, or south, excuse me.
So do we need to wait with I guess my concern now is the driveway depth because of what we've approved, and that's different than what we would be approving here. You've got 22 feet, which I don't know that we can approve 22 feet now. So I'm wondering if we need to wait until we actually see.
I don't know how you could make a motion, but if you made a motion that it had to be 25,
then you could
then
figure
we could
it
make
out.
that amendment.
So that
that's
you're
just,
not,
that's
so
just
you're not
taking away
having to
green
wait and bring it
space.
back
Yeah.
up. So we just include that in a condition.
Kevin, to your question, I think that we do have the opportunity because I think we're on letter E in the public hearing, so it's a zone change, right? We're just taking a zone change. The second one is a preliminary plat, so if we had to, we could table that.
Approve the zone, table the
Yeah, so
preliminary.
there's things that we can do to make it work.
And, maybe I'm following up on what Mr. Perrin said. If you want to see changes to the plan, I think we as staff, applicant, if they're clear and simple changes that aren't going to have a substantial ripple effect, then I'm very comfortable taking that as direction, as conditions of approval, that the applicant change X or Y.
The 25 or whatever.
Perhaps prior to making final plat application or something like that. But if it's bigger, then I think it's to everybody's benefit. If you were to continue it, we can take a couple weeks, whatever, come back. That's almost my request as staff, so that we can make sure that we're getting it as you intend for it to be with whatever approval you grant.
So I guess next question is, do we wait to discuss changes until we're in new business? Or
I would agree
do
with
we
that. Yeah, I think that's wise. I think
focus on the zone change right now and then have the applicant come up
I
again
think,
later
yeah,
and
the
discuss
applicant, asking for a zone change, and we're going to discuss it in new business coming up. And if we want to get into some more details there, we certainly could.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
If there's no other discussion about the zone change portion of this, we've been in and out of public hearing and heard from the applicant and from the public. I'd entertain a motion for item E on the Creekside Village zoning map amendment.
I just have a question on the on the motion on that, Vaughn. So if I look at the findings and conditions in there, a lot of them seem to go more with that preliminary plat approval because we're just approving a zone change. Because it's talking about a master plan development overlay. Maybe I'm just reading it wrong.
It does kind of speak to both throughout there.
It does.
And I think that's probably a good thing. What you're saying is you're giving the zone, but the zone can only be used if they do these certain things which would connect to this project. Otherwise, you could approve the zone today, and Vaughn, check me if I'm wrong here, but if you approve the zone today to change it to the proposed zone, and then you don't come back, they'd have a zone that they could do whatever within the zone. But I think this connects it to the project that they're working on, which gives you, I think, a little bit more comfort to say, if you wanted to do step one, then go to step two. It's still tied to something that we're working on.
Yeah. Thanks for staying with us. Appreciate it.
Do what?
Thanks for staying and making sure that we're staying on path.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. I move to approve the proposed ordinance of the Creekside Village zoning amendment based on the findings and conditions listed in the staff report.
So point of clarification, we're changing the zoning from RR to R4.
Correct.
Is that correct?
With the master plan development.
With the master plan.
Master plan overlay.
Yep.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon with the findings and conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Beck. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, this is a roll call vote. Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilman Took?
Can you come back to me? I'm still
Councilman
thinking.
Cardon?
Yes.
Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
And Councilman Took?
Yes.
Okay, item E is approved to go move forward for the zoning map amendment. How long's Title 15 gonna, well, we got to do a public hearing for Title 15 reimbursable projects anyway, so.
Can we not move up 11A?
We could move 11A if, is anybody here for the public hearing of ordinance Title 15 reimbursable projects? Don't want to hold anybody up.
I would be shocked. This is the main event. I don't even know.
we are.
I don't even know if staff's here for that one.
Checking. All right, we're gonna move the agenda just a little bit since we're already on Creekside, and now we're going to 11A, new business, Creekside Village Master Plan Development Preliminary Plat. Anything you need to speak more to the preliminary plat that we've seen?
No.
Okay. I guess so. Can I? A question that I wrote down that I was going to ask on the map that we were looking at, just so I have clarification. There's still a section of city property on one side, the city lot, 2.11 acres. That's staying the city lot, right? And then on the south side is the trade that is, so the trade that was made that moved your development to the north didn't move it all the way to the north.
No.
We still have city property over
Yes,
there.
and there's, I think I don't know the exact facts, but I think there's some city plans for a road maybe in the future that goes through there that allows for that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that gets
that
connected
done.
there. I
And,
gotcha.
and then to the south would be that access that you see between the two buildings. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I see that now.
Okay.
Mark. And maybe while you're up here, Mark, the question about dispersing some of the visitor lots, I guess I don't necessarily disagree with that throughout the development. I'm thinking about if my family lived in there and I was visiting them. But I guess part of your concept of creating more visitor parking as well has been that you are putting that around maybe some of the amenities that people would come to as
That was our intent. And
well.
And we really believe that the garages and the driveways create enough visitor parking that are right on the property of the owner of the townhome.
Yeah, so I guess I start to think about, again, we're approving, we're talking about the plat here, but developer wants to obviously get parking right in their development, wants to get it in the right spots. So I guess I tend to hesitate just a little bit on telling you where to disperse it. You're going to try to keep your development nice in there and get people where they need to go as well. I guess the other part of it too is the river behind it. There's a section there that they're not seeing homes. They're seeing either some cars parked or if it's empty and there's no visitors, they're seeing further into there.
Yes.
I have a question. I mean, not to hash this parking too Anyway, so if I'm pulling into my daughter's house.
Uh-huh.
I park in her driveway. She's in an 8-plex and she's in the middle. The only way to get into her front door, then I have to walk clear around.
Yeah. If you're if the worst case would be the middle, right? So you'd be one of the two middle ones. You'd have to go
walk around the 4 and then go back around and
cross
3
units
again.
away. Uh-huh.
Whereas if you just put maybe 4 stalls at the end of a row for visitors, that's where I'm thinking dividing it up.
So if we did that, we would end up losing the units that you put stalls in. Is that what you're asking?
Possibly, but
yeah.
if we say we would rather see 6 than 8, then there's your parking.
No, because we could push the 6. So the 6 would we just put, instead of 5 8s, we'd put 10 6s, and the gaps are the same.
I gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You may walk one less width of one building is the difference.
Yeah.
We're just a lazy generation, and so I'm just trying to think it through.
There's not a gap.
What you do is you get her garage code, so you just go right through the garage.
What happens?
No, I have kids that live in these, and we walk, and if we have to walk more than 4, it's a problem.
We'll go visit them.
So
Maybe that's it. I'll stop visiting.
So my thoughts on the 6 versus the 8. Part of the reason we're approving a lot of these is because there is a housing crisis, right? We are trying to get more affordable housing. But then to ask the developers to reduce the ability to create an affordable it is more affordable for them to have an 8 than a 6.
It really is.
And so my opinion is it doesn't reduce the count at all. I don't have a concern personally with it being 8 as compared to 6. That's my thought on that. I do have a thought. I don't know, Jack, if you can go back to the map that shows the properties. So David in his presentation showed some pictures he took today. Keep going. Keep going. Almost there. Right there. So David showed some pictures he took from the trail today, which it's a beautiful trail. If you've ever walked it or ridden your bike on it,
Yes.
it's beautiful.
I've walked
it's
it,
pristine.
yeah.
So I guess my thoughts are, hold up, where'd we go? Go back to the map. Yep, right there. So I guess the question, I'm not on the planning commission, so it's maybe past this point, but one thought I had is with your 3 stories that you've got that abut the river, on the left-hand side.
Oh, I see, yes.
Changing those to match the 2 stories that you've got in your other part of the development, so that your roof lines maybe stay at or below tree level if you're out walking on the trail, as compared to, I don't know how much higher the 3 stories would be
Actually,
compared.
the same height.
Are they the
Because it's
exact same height?
Stone, and it has a flat roof that slopes to the back.
Got it.
They're both just around 30 feet.
Okay.
So that's just because of the different architectural styles. But yeah, I get your point. Like,
Okay, makes
yeah.
sense. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Other than that, as far as this development goes, I don't have any concerns. I think it was shared earlier, I love the design, I love the architecture that you've done with it. Looks
Main
great.
Street. Yeah, thank you.
Mark, I do have a question for you unrelated to this, and we can
Yes.
take this offline later and have a deeper conversation. I know Dave had mentioned to you and had talked to you, I think, yesterday about the other development that we did across the street.
Oh, Fritzy's.
Yeah, the Fritzy development. And
Yes.
I want to bring this up to see if there's a way that you could possibly help us with an issue that some of the neighbors have, the existing neighbors that were there before the development came in. When that was brought up to the Planning Commission, this would have been almost 4 years ago now.
Yes.
It's been a while. A lot of those neighbors that lived there were concerned about their animal rights. They've got animals, they've got livestock, they've got horses in their backyards, and their concerns were
The fence.
the fence.
That's right.
Are there going to be issues if somebody builds right behind us and then their kids come and want
The
to
animals.
stick their hand
I
through?
remember that. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, and so it was discussed. And
our intent when we did the entitlements at the preliminary stage, I'll mention one stark difference between that project and this project, but it was our intent to have a fence there. We sold that project.
Yeah.
And then somehow the final plat didn't show that fence. It was our intent, as when we presented, that would have a fence. One of the difficulties with that project, I don't know if you understand who the previous owner was, the timelines that were put on us from Bob on that project limited us to the timing, meaning we were under contract for the entitlements. This one, we own this. So this one doesn't have the same problem.
Yeah, and I'm not concerned. I don't have any concerns at all with this.
So I'm sorry that happened. I'm just saying that happened because of timing with the purchase from the previous owner.
It's good to understand. I've had multiple neighbors that live there that have reached out to me personally to see if there's anything could be done. I went back and watched the Planning Commission meeting and looked in the minutes and everything, and it, like you say, it was very clear that there was supposed to be a fence put in. I think it was approved based on.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman. The folks that bought it sold it, put it to a home builder, and then so
I believe the initial people that came and proposed it and brought it through the city and suggested, we're going to put a fence in. They then ended up turning around and selling it to another developer, but somewhere along the lines.
And that developer sold it to a home builder.
Yeah, and somewhere along those lines, that whole, what was approved with the fence got dropped.
I certainly could help with following that chain and finding out what happened and putting whatever pressure I can. It's limited, I would guess, at this point, but I don't know how that didn't carry through.
Yeah,
I don't know how that didn't happen.
Yeah, it's tricky, and Dave, I don't know if you have any more you'd like to add, but I think it'd be good to take it offline and continue.
Yeah, I'd love to help.
Yeah, and Mark, from my perspective, if you could just arrange maybe even a meeting with Lone Star is who we would look to today as being the responsible party. So one of the options.
Did Lone Star sell it though?
Well, Lone Star still is building.
But they did the preliminary plat
development.
Okay.
So I mean,
I
there are a lot of townhomes left to be built there and that type of a thing.
Yeah.
So
I can help with that. If Lone Star still has it, then I can help with that. Yes, love to help.
Awesome.
Great.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay,
On this one.
we were on the west side of the road, now we're back on the east side.
Back east.
Let's go on the east side of Main.
I want to walk through again the distance from, it's Main Street, but it's not really Main Street at this point. It's highway that connects Salem
89.
and Spanish Fork. You said that it went the asphalt, the trail, then your 33 feet. Your drawings show the trail within your 33 feet, not in addition to your 33 feet.
Is that correct? Oh.
No, it's 35 feet from the blue property line to the first building, and then the asphalt trail's on the other side of that, so that'd be 10 foot in addition. So it should be 45 feet from the decel lane to the first building.
What's the tan line inside your blue line?
I have no idea. I'll have to look at my phone to even be able to see
It's a
it.
trail inside the community, it
blow
looks
that up?
like.
Is it-
Because it kind of follows through is what I assumed it was, but.
It does show that trail on our side.
So there's a landscape planner after that. So there's another, it's
Okay.
either 10 or 12 feet after that. You are right. I had it backwards. I thought we had the landscape on the other side of our property. But it has the 35 feet, which includes the trail, and then a landscape buffer, and then the curb and gutter.
Okay.
The curb and gutter is the darker gray and the black.
Okay, so that there is some additional
Yeah.
feet in there. It's
Yeah,
just,
it looks like the same width as the trail to me, so another 10 feet probably.
got you. That's landscape buffer between
landscape with the
the
trees.
road
So
and.
we're looking at
okay.
45 foot of space
From
curb
asphalt or
to
from curb
building.
and gutter too. What is the grade difference between the two?
It's pretty flat through there.
Is it straight back?
Yeah, we only have a couple foot of drop north to south, but not really east to west.
It used to go like this.
Right.
And somebody took a bulldozer to it. I'm trying to make it fun.
Fencing in there too?
And the fence is,
At his
Fence?
expense, by the way.
the fence is, what'd you say?
It's a wrought iron fence.
Wrought iron seat. We want it visually through.
Right.
I think I think that's what's approved.
On the
and
other
being
side?
Installed across the street.
It is.
Okay, we want to match that.
Okay. I'm just, you said a couple times that this is a Main Street application. It's barely Main Street in this location in our city. Like, I get, if this was downtown, I'd have no problems whatsoever with this frontage. Out here, that's not a place that I can't imagine people want to walk. Like, to me, it's flipped the wrong way. I get what you're trying to accomplish. I don't love that they're fronting Main Street. I like the look of it way better than the garages. So I'm torn in my own head. I'm not giving you any direction at this
He
point.
does this a lot.
He does.
He'll circle back and.
He does.
Yeah.
He does this a lot.
Which personality?
But I would mention that
You're
trail's
walking
used-
out the front onto a 5-lane highway that's 50 miles an hour. It's not Lehigh. It's not your application in Lehigh.
No,
even
you're right.
close.
No, but I think that trail's used quite a bit, and is the trail inside or outside of our fence?
Inside our fence.
It's inside your fence.
Yeah, so it's accessible.
You've probably done as much as you can with the houses facing that direction.
Right. Yeah.
The trail would be outside of you're talking about the Main Street trail?
Yeah.
That's going to be outside of your fence. Your fence is going to be on the property line.
Yeah, I hope it's outside.
Yeah, the trail's in the right of way.
And then the sidewalk is on the inside of the fence, though? Like a sidewalk within the community to walk around?
Yeah, so there will be two things there. The sidewalk, just for like people to get around, right?
It'll be
in
like
the
sidewalk,
neighborhood.
then landscape, then a fence, then
And then
a
a
trail,
trail.
then more landscape.
Then a park strip, and then
Which our trail keeps going south of here, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
You're
it was
connecting our trail.
Right.
constructed
That's
Salem.
because it's intended to tie into Salem and
Right.
be part of their downtown or Main Street, whatever.
Exactly.
Okay. So the drawing is not perfectly accurate at this point.
No, this is a quick concept I did last week.
We're trying to take the planning commission's.
The space is there. It's just allocated
Yeah.
a little bit.
Right,
incorrectly.
and
that's,
we
I
tried
was
to.
doing my best to do the civil's job.
you know, yeah, never.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And that's why it's
Yeah,
wrong.
whoa.
That's why it's wrong.
Exactly. Right? It's close though. We got the point across.
Such an architectural response. So from back of curb to front of house is 45 feet.
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure.
Gotcha. Well, let's go.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Jesse's thinking, I can see his wheels turning.
Well, I think Shane kind of said some of my concerns in the fact that this is a hard property to develop, right? Like at the end of the day, like making this work in pencil and and making it something that people can buy is hard. There's no doubt about it. And so like there's things that I don't love just naturally about it. Like I'm looking at the clubhouse and where those are at. Could you flip those with those? And I'm not a designer. I'm not somebody who understands all of the ins and outs of that. Do I think it's probably the best that we can do with this land right there? Probably. I love it a lot more than I don't know what we want to call those. Those are like 4 plexes with a basement parking, and we had to have flooding or pumps to make sure that water wasn't going to go down into their parking lot. It was a wild project. So where we're at today is so much better and so much more usable with what we're talking about with the city property and what we can do with that and connecting to the trail into the river. I do worry, like I know there's some red lines in here talking about the river and some studies that need to be done with the river to make sure that we have that impact study done as we're looking at that and making sure that we mitigate the damage it could do. I think right now, I think this makes sense. When we hear affordable housing, though, it's always one of those things that like, kind of just makes me twitch a little bit, because when we say affordable housing, it's not affordable, like, right? Because
more affordable.
More affordable is probably the right answer, because I don't know, it's wild, but that's kind of where I'm at.
That's a good point. I think to touch on that, Jesse, to add to it is we're coming from the last thing we looked at that was DRC said no to, Planning Commission said no to, and we said no to. Yeah. And now we're coming to a development. It's been chewed up, spit out, and DRC said yes. Planning Commission said yes, maybe a couple of tweaks that could be conditions or something, and now it's to us. So just as the way to, maybe let the public know that that's been a long discussion, which I think is what you were touching on there.
Where does it say? I guess I'm looking at the findings and conditions, and Jesse, you just mentioned it briefly there with the red lines with the study that needs to be done on the river. Where is that in the actual proposal?
Right now, that is just a condition of approval, or proposed to be, at least.
So we just need to include it?
Yes, and Courtney and I have talked a little bit about, I think, engineering intended to have us maybe phrase the condition a little bit differently.
I think the thought or concern, part of the floodplain application and study along the river is an erosion study or bank stabilization. And I think that's clear. I think the developer understands. I won't speak for him, but we haven't seen that yet, and I can understand not wanting to spend a lot of money on studies till they know this can move forward. However, there's costs associated with riverbank stabilization, seeing sharp curves in the river. Yeah. My guess is we'll see some of those, and we just want to make sure that's understood part of the project, and certainly on these tight bends that we'll have those studies completed and whatever mitigations. Certainly on property that we're trading, that the city is going to have in the future, that would be a spot where naturally you would think that's going to erode.
So I guess I just want to be clear with the developers that they're aware of that study taking place, and that if anything's required by FEMA or whoever it is that approves it, that would fall under the costs of the developer.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the property that we own.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. I think the same could be said what the property the city owns and things along those lines, but
We're just talking about the project, right? Project boundaries, maybe say it.
I don't want to be held accountable to go to Mr. McKell's property and stabilize his.
Understood.
Yeah, correct.
Understood.
Yeah, the development property.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good questions, good discussions. Has anybody materialized it to a motion for item A under new business?
So we've got 3 findings, 4 conditions currently. Vaughn does.
I can't 4 findings.
I think I'm in the prior one.
Yeah, go down to A.
In the public hearing still. There it is. Okay.
Is that condition, that hydraulic study, is that 6? That's what we're referring to there that we just discussed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's included in
Yeah.
there.
Perfect. Okay, I move, are we ready? Ready for a motion?
Yep.
I move to approve the proposed Creekside Townhomes preliminary plat based on the following findings, subject to the following conditions. I'm just going to state them all quickly. Findings: 1, that the proposal conforms to the city's general plan designation and proposed zone map amendment. 2, that staff is proposing a new street standard that would apply to one of the streets in the proposed development. 3, that the applicant has increased the amount of guest parking based on concerns expressed by the Planning Commission. 4, that staff and the applicant have reviewed the easement agreement involving the adjacent property owner. Conditions: 1, that the applicant meets the city's development and construction standards and other applicable city ordinances. 2, that the applicant addresses all red line review comments prior to final plat application. 3, that the city council approve the rezone and associated conditions of the master plan development overlay district. 4, that the city council approve the new street standard. 5, that the applicant enters into any necessary agreements prior to final plat application. 6, that the applicant provide a hydraulic study for staff review prior to final plat application. I guess one quick question with that: do we need to address anything with the new driveway lengths to put into a condition, or is that just understood by staff and development that that will be reviewed and figured out between?
25 or 22? Well, that was number 4, and I think we would follow what you approved.
25. So this.
It would be
condition.
It would be 25, yeah, based on
What you
we
guys approved tonight.
I think
Yeah.
condition 4.
And that's number 4 that we would follow.
the new street standard.
Yeah.
And so we just assume, because what you've shown us is based on 22, so we'll just assume you'll adjust that. Okay.
If I would just maybe ask for a slight adjustment to that number 6, that the applicant provide a river bank stabilization study rather than hydraulic. I think that's a little confusing, potentially confusing. Riverbank stabilization study, is that the right language, Corey?
Correct, I think that
So
would be
condition
clear.
6 reworded that the applicant provide a riverbank stabilization study to staff for review prior to final plat application.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Cardon. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, a roll call vote. Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
No.
And Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Okay. Item A is approved with those conditions, passed 4-1. Thank you. Anything, Councilman Marshall, you want to discuss about that?
I approve the zone because I think this is the right zone. This is right. As to Jesse's point, it's a difficult piece of property to put the right thing in, so I think the density is needed there to make it work. And I was supportive of the higher density last time, so.
So you
that
believe
makes
it,
sense.
your opinion is it should be higher than what?
No, I think it could be. I'm not worried about the number of units. I think that you've done a good job with that. I don't like the frontage. I don't like that fronting that road. I think it might be, you all passed it and I get it, we'll be fine. I think we need to think about moving our core to the south. This is barely Spanish Fork, right? I mean, you've come through Salem, it's pretty rural, you're entering the community, you have now 3-story buildings on either side of the road is still high speed. It's a different context than it's ever been before. I don't love I don't like our homes fronting roads like this. I don't know how you get around it, is my problem.
Yeah, 'cause you have a river.
But, so that's why I'm very comfortable with the zone, and I think you've done as much as you can.
Mark, I regret asking for his explanation.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I know this is uncalled for, and thanks for the dialogue. The 4th story across the street, we front the road too, and
I know.
I still own that. So,
I don't know where I voted
and so
on that,
what
to be honest. I
we
don't think I
really
voted on
struggled with what you're talking about: 4-story, 3-story, 2-story, just trying to make it all fit.
I get it.
I appreciate you recognizing we tried to do that.
So Shane, if you had your ideal world where we didn't have a river behind it that was causing some of those limitations, what would you do differently?
To me, I would turn it all internal. I would make
Okay.
the backs.
Face Main
So
Street.
you'd
see the back
you'd
of the
rear
houses.
entry.
The row that is facing the pickleball courts, the picture that we shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Your internal, the community members are talking to the community members.
Yeah.
That row that fronts Main Street is almost a different neighborhood than the one behind them.
Got it. I see what you're saying. It's kind of it's
just
isolated.
disconnected. Yeah,
I see what you're saying. Makes sense.
Yeah.
that's it. That's
Thank
the
you.
only little.
And you guys have to do some redesign work, so maybe that helps. I don't know.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you, council, for the good discussion, and thank you for sticking with us on television as well. I've got some text that the Dons did best the Eagles tonight, the Golden Eagles. So the Golden Eagles will come back through the losers bracket. I think they're not done.
They're not done.
All right.
I was going to watch that on.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that for everybody that was
Still watch it.
waiting
The outcome is
with
this.
bated breath. Sorry, David. Burst your bubble. Timpy was out. Timpy was out a long time ago. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I happened to have razzed you a couple weeks ago about Tempe, right? And since then, the Dons
You did.
have just
I
torn
appreciate
ass
that.
for
Yeah.
2 weeks.
So I went home and
We
my
told
wife's
them
like-
that. We told them.
My wife's like, "How are the Dons doing?" I'm like, "Oh, they're terrible," because of what you told me.
Right.
And she's like, "I think they're in the semifinals." I'm like, no way. It has to be softball. Well, now they're in the final.
I think they were 20 and Maple Mountain was 1, and I think a lot of people didn't expect Maple Mountain to lose a game. So
Some good baseball still
Good
yet
battle.
to be
Yep.
played. Good battle
Yep.
tonight, and
Yep.
there's a lot of people heading south from Provo, back here tonight with their kids playing. So pretty cool stuff that we're that good down here with 2 high schools in it. We're going to go back to item F in public hearing, ordinance for the Title 15 reimbursable projects. Mr. Corey Pierce.
See if I can do a few slides. So this section of code deals with how we reimburse for projects that are impact fee related. And what we've found in the history of what we've done, we have specifically not allowed design costs to be included in development projects from developers. Often it's hard to separate out in their contracts how much was for, say, an off-site road or utility, because it's just lumped into a cost. We haven't allowed reimbursement. However, on the city projects that we've designed, we have a very clear path of what it costs, and traditionally those costs have been included. So we had a discussion in-house, and how do we do that? The language in red would add the ability for a developer to apply for reimbursement on design costs of off-site type or system improvements that could be reimbursed from impact fees, with a few conditions that their contract with their engineer is clearly separate, very clear that the items in there, and we can verify that that's what the design cost, and that we can review that and verify the costs. So this really kind of cleans up some practices we're doing to create some fairness. The other option would be the other way, to exclude design costs from the city as well. I don't think it has a huge impact on impact fees and the amounts, because the design cost is a small portion versus the actual improvements.
Perfect. Any questions for Corey before we go to public hearing on this? Thank you, Corey. I'd entertain a motion to go to public hearing for item F.
Move that we go to public hearing for item F.
Motion made by Councilman Euler.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item F. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this? Seeing
I'll
none.
get up at once.
Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin. Yep, sorry.
Got you.
Seconded by Councilman Euler. All in favor say yes.
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 Discussion back up here for item F. Anybody that has any questions for Corey on this change? If not, I'd entertain a motion for item F.
I move to approve the ordinance for the Title 15 reimbursable projects.
Motion made by Councilman Took,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Cardon. A roll call vote here. Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
And Councilman Took.
Yes.
Item F's approved. We have one item under new business as well. It's a resolution to adopt a multi-jurisdictional automatic aid, mutual aid, fire, training, emergency, medical, and other services agreement between Spanish Fork City, Wasatch Fire District, Carbon County, Helper City, Price City, and Utah County. Is there any other places in the world?
There's a lot more, I'm sure. We could head out to San Pete County, pull a few in. This is same agreement, same language that we signed with all of the other Utah County fire and EMS agencies. We just took this language and moved it up the Highway 6, where we intervene with Carbon, Wasatch, and Utah counties, where mutual aid and automatic aid has always been supplied there with no agreements in place for. I talked to the Helper City chief today, and he's not aware of any that's ever been signed. He used the word 30 years. I think there's never been signed is probably a better historical number. So this puts into place just some language that will allow us to work with one another, protect the cities, protect the counties from anything coming back to us for sharing resources, sharing training, any of those things that might impede us from providing a high level of service to that area of the counties. So with that, I recommend moving forward with this agreement. All of the other parties are also in agreement with moving forward with their side of things as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief Hales. Any questions for Chief Hales on this agreement?
Thanks for getting it in place.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion approving item B.
I move to approve the resolution to adopt multiple jurisdictional automatic aid, multiple mutual aid, fire, training, emergency medical, and other service agreements between Spanish Fork City, Wasatch Fire District, Carbon County, Helper City, Price City, and Utah County.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon, second by Councilman Marshall. A roll call vote here. Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Item B is approved. Takes us to the end of our agenda. We do have a closed session item? No closed session item. Okay.
Move that we adjourn.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon.
Woo woo. Oh,
That's
I second.
I'm going to take that as a second.
That's a
Second by Councilwoman Beck to adjourn. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah.